Good morning. City of Lamarque City Council Budget Agenda of August 12th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a budget meeting on August 12th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via a video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiera, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Council member District A is a little bit delayed. Council member District B,
Present.
Council member District C,
Present.
Council member District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Kiera. Let us stand. I will lead us in invocation. Councilmember Ross, would you lead us in the pledge? Let's pray. Most holy God, we certainly acknowledge your presence in this place, and we thank you, God, for being the center of our lives. Lord, we thank you for this great city, the city of Lamarque, for all of its residents. Lord, we pray that you would lead this council and the staff, Lord, to do what's in the best interest of all of our residents. Lord, to pass a budget that will provide as many services, Lord, but that will also provide for our residents a better way of life. We trust you, Lord. Lead us today. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Certainly, we have on our agenda several items, starting with a presentation. And so we call now, I believe, waste management. Is waste management available?
11.
Ms. Shannon will be here at 11 o'clock.
11.
Yes.
Very good.
Do you have a schedule?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going by the agenda, excuse me. Let's move into item 5. Citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. Wishing to speak, give the mayor, the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you are participating via smartphone, tablet, or computer through Zoom, you may press the microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are visiting with us in person, you may approach the table. There is not a podium, but there is a table before us. Name and address, and you will be heard at this time. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yeah.
Kiera, are there any persons
No, sir.
in person wishing to speak? Very good. We'll move to new business. And let me say this before we move to new business. Certainly budget workshops are opportunities for the public, for our community to understand their tax obligations. And this is serious business. I will say, certainly, if you would think back to the last 3 years of our budget history and not necessarily look at administrations, but just look at factual information, perhaps you might understand why there has been a very serious and critical tone to the first week of our budget workshop. Let me just say, the first budget workshop that I, as mayor, presided over, there was a number that was not added to a calculation sheet that caused a community to believe that their taxpayer dollars were not being utilized properly, which ended in a rollback. And that was a number that an administration, and not just this administration, but any administration, should have been able to provide. Caused a lot of heartburn in our community. Last year, this council, with the exclusion of Councilmember Lowry, received a budget that had over it the word draft. There were several items missing from the budget. It was not done in accordance with standards that this city has been accustomed to over the years. And this year, we are still having to double and triple check numbers in a presented budget to a council that has very limited time. And so if you put all that together, then you can understand perhaps the seriousness, the critical eye, the frustration that a council has with a budget that we are, with our own volunteer time, that we're trying to pass for a community who's having trouble affording milk and eggs and fuel and inflation. A community that wishes to build a new police station for our police department. A community that's begging for streets. So it's with a critical eye that we are encouraged and empowered to look at our budget. And that may ruffle feathers wrong. But at the end of the day, our obligation is to the taxpayer. It's not to anybody or any other entity, but the taxpayer of Lamarque. And if it looks wrong, or it is wrong, or it could possibly be wrong, we swore an oath to pursue it vigorously. And that's what I intend to continue to do, regardless of whoever is the city manager or whatever administration we have. It's important. We have not been the best in this area. And so the people expect better. And that's what we're doing. And so it might get contentious, might get critical, but it's for the people of Lamarque. So let's move forward. Thank you for your time and for your patience.
Mayor,
Please, Mayor.
follow up on your comments.
What am I to do with this?
Since I've been on this council, the budget situation has not been the easiest thing, primarily because the knowledge base of the previous finance director, those of you, I love tapes now, right? We have tapes at the point that I've, on a couple of occasions, and it's on tape, said, I don't have any confidence in the numbers that you're providing. And so it bore out, right? In terms of what I saw on the number side. But the challenge that I see with this city is that, and hopefully it's going to be corrected because council did take action, is the software that we're utilizing. Apparently you put stuff in it and it changes, and I've seen that working with you there, that suddenly we see an account no longer there, or confusion with regard to accounts that were created under a finance director that was here for many, many years. That's always challenging, right? When you have, that was like our auditing company here for too many years as well too. And so there's got to be changes and revisits of these things. And so to follow up on Mayor's comments, that's what I've seen in terms of the budget process. But I also want to say that I think in this process, Mayor, we as ourselves can do so in a respectful manner. The way we present ourselves is what department heads, in my opinion, are also looking at in terms of how they treat employees. And the gold of Lamarque is our staff. the people that are here today. And I want to see them stay. I don't want them to go anyplace. We have in my opinion, a good team, and they're a growing team. And they have one thing that I don't have. And Mayor, you have this as well too. You have youth. You have youth. You know, believe me, during all of you, I look around. It's terrible to say I look around because I wake up every morning thinking I'm 18 years old, and I'm not. But you guys have youth and passion, and I appreciate that. So I hope that we can go about our business here in a very business-like fashion. I get sometimes very sharp, not sharp. I try to maintain. You've not seen my real type A personality. I try to control that. But I appreciate all the work that everybody is doing to this process. I appreciate the feedback that all of us on council provide to this process. And bit by bit with new software, and God willing that we're around for next year too, we'll get through this process in an easier fashion. And because I know talking to Ms. Turner, there's some dynamic changes that she's making in the finance department with the city manager's support. That's all. Thank you.
Very good, very good. We accept your comments, Mayor Pro Tem, and certainly endeavor to ensure that this process is as transparent as possible, and do it in the most productive way possible. Anyone else?
Yeah, as far as software, I mean, kind of a lesson for everybody to not count on it. You know, we have software on the equipment that we run for work, and we've, you know, I've drilled that into my guys. You can't rely on it. It can actually cost somebody their life. So second budget workshop, and we're still dealing with the same issues. So I think that's a lesson for us, not to rely on it, and hopefully learn from it this time.
I agree. All righty, let's see. Aaron, I believe you are up, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Aaron represents the Human Resources Department. Before you begin, Aaron, Mr. Garcia, you were trying to communicate with me that there's a stack of information that you, I believe, provided to council. Did you
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
elaborate?
The copy in front of you shows all of the updated figures that Ms. Turner, myself, her entire team have been working on since our last meeting and all the way through the weekend up until the wee hours of this morning to make sure we're ready for today. So these are the updated figures that you will see, including the corrections that you asked to be made, any additions, subtractions, whatever else as far as cleanup is concerned. I do apologize. We did not hole punch them before. I have my hole puncher here with me. I know some of you prefer them to be hole punched. So I'm going to hole punch my copy and then switch with somebody so I can hole punch. I'm hoping not make too much noise while Aaron's presenting. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, I think one of the things that we're struggling with is this is a lot of information, but it does not have a narrative associated with it. There are numbers here, and there are details behind it. But what we're struggling with this budget, what makes it so frustrating is there needs to be a narrative. There needs to be a story. There were changes made. Those changes need to, we're in a new week. We need to know what those changes, we need to remember what those changes are, and those changes need to be then reflected in this budget. Right? And so that's what's so confusing. There are a lot of numbers, and I'm sure there was a lot of work done. However, we are a volunteer council, right? And so we have to be refreshed. The people are tuning in and out, and so they have to be brought up to speed. And so I'm expecting us to be able to then not only have these numbers, but have the story behind it to help us to understand.
Certainly, Mayor, what we'll do, and hopefully before the break, we will work on adding that narrative to these documents. There is a small sheet in front of each one of them that explains what the separation may be, but what we'll do is we'll do like a one-page narrative.
Yes, Mayor, I'll take care of that. I'll
Thank you,
make
ma'am.
sure we have it here. It's a lot of good information here, so I'll put it in narrative form for you.
Thank you, man. Councilman.
Is this updated on the website?
Not yet. We will be updating it shortly.
And then the copy that's at the library
as well as the one at City Hall, as well as the one that sits in this room.
Thank you.
And this one is general fund only. I'll be working on utilities later today to
Very
get
good.
that done. So this is general fund.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Aaron. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. First off, I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I'm very excited to talk about the HR's budget and the goals that we have set up for this coming year. I'm excited about the things that we've accomplished in the HR department, but I'm really excited for the changes that are about to happen. And I think this budget reflects that support. So I appreciate you guys, and I'm here to answer any questions that y'all might have.
What tab are you on, Aaron?
Tab 8, tab 8. And for those following along by page number, that begins on page 52. So
Great.
8 for the ones with tabs, 52 for those that are following by page number.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to follow up on Mayor's rightful request for a narrative on these changes. I've said that to you before too.
Yes, sir.
I need, so I'd like to hear from you, Aaron. You're our newer department person. So please give us your perspective of the, I'd like to hear the narrative from you. What are the changes that have occurred up to now? And what do you anticipate occurring with this budget that we're dealing with for your department? That's what I'd like to hear.
Well, specifically for my department, what I noticed is that last year, when I first came in, there was an overage that I couldn't spend fast. So,
Explain that. There was a
well, because the position had gone unfilled for a while, so therefore there was a lot of funds left over. And that makes sense, you know. But the good news is that this year, there was a substantial kick-up of hiring, which came with some unanticipated costs, you know, the cost of doing business, I guess. So at the beginning of the year, it looked like we were overspending, and now it's kind of leveled out a little bit. But still, I would suspect there's still going to be a little bit of an overage. So we're going to go back to the general fund. This year, what I've recommended was deep cuts to my department to more accurately reflect what we're actually doing.
Aaron, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. Aaron, could you pull the mic a little bit closer to you?
Sure. So what I've recommended was deep cuts to more accurately represent what we're doing. Before, I believe that the reason why I couldn't really speak to the budget that was done prior to me being here or the numbers that went into that, but I know that my numbers now actually reflect the reality of what I've seen. And you know, for this year coming forward, my focus is now, since we're doing well on staffing, our new focus is going to be on retention. So some of the staffing costs that was going, it was a lot, you know, it takes money to be able to recruit. It takes money to be able to run background checks and you know, physicals and all of that. But now it's kind of more of keeping the beef that we have and looking into ways to adequately support them and to train them and really focus in on that. So yes, it takes money to do some of those programs, but you'd be surprised how much we can do in-house and save some money. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
Well, could you, for example, give me an example of something that
Well,
we can
okay.
approve and do in-house?
So one of the things that we're going to be doing to kind of pull back some of the funds this year is just the operating cost. We're looking at, you know, the conventions and travels, Last year, we were budgeted for about 73,000. This year, we're requesting, 4,800. We have significantly increased some of the drug testing just because they're expensive. I mean, there's no way around that. We do a hair follicle, but I am looking to bring to council other options that the city can do that could substantially save the city some money that other cities are doing. For example, instead of a hair follicle test, a possible in-house rapid test where we would still, it cost us maybe $3 to get the cups. And then it would cost us about $44 to send it off if we needed to. A rapid test would tell us immediately if the person passed or failed the test at the time of collection. And then if they failed it, then we would take it out to the medical review officer and send that out to Quest. That could substantially save money in that approach. But until we have that completely solidified, we can't necessarily go down that route. So I did kind of budget for worst case scenario with the idea that we may have to do a budget amendment later on. Once we get the process solidified, because really and truthfully, what we're looking at, there's a compliance issue to that I want to make sure that we can ensure our chain of custody. And that is something that takes a little bit of time to iron out, especially in an organization that's never handled in-house testing before. This would also save us substantially in our approach to after-hour drug testing. That is where we're seeing a lot of it's more expensive to have somebody come out to wherever it is to do those drug testings. Unfortunately, our the hospital here that we typically send people to, they do not do hair follicle or urine analysis at the facility. So we do have to have somebody drive out to collect that sample at night.
So the hair follicle and urine analysis, that's the highest standard of what, pre-interview?
It is, but it's not the norm. There's a lot of companies and there's also a lot of cities that just stick to a urinalysis. And the reason being is that you're looking at anywhere from 80, which is the cheapest I've been able to find, to $180 per test. It is a very expensive test, but it does go back 6 months. So it really depends on who, where, what, and why. I think that one of the things that I've learned at some of the conventions that I've been going to is that there's been a movement to really look at safety sensitive positions to justify more in-depth drug testing. Like, so somebody's going to, obviously be on the road, or if someone's going to be behind a piece of heavy equipment, or if someone's a police officer or a firefighter. Those are safety sensitive positions. So it may require and behoove us to do a bigger standard. But I will say this, DOT, the last time I checked, when I was the DOT coordinator for a past company, as well as the HR director there, did not require a hair follicle test. So we're going above and beyond the standard requirement of even a DOT, because typically you go in for a urinalysis.
Okay, Aaron, you said you were making adjustments. If I understand the most current and without the narrative, you've taken the recruitment, the background check, education integrity, and the drug testing. The total amount that you're suggesting for your department is $8,750 for the fiscal year. What is it? 24, 25, 24. This is 24, 25, right? 24, 25. The But then I see, you mentioned after hours testing.
That was not
But
on the budget last
It
year,
wasn't.
and that became a surprise bill for me. And I wanted to make sure that that was adequately indicated in this budget.
But you have zero here.
Yes, because we're going to try to go another direction.
Okay, I'm trying to, okay, very good. By the way, FYI, I seem to recall that the Houston Galveston Area Council, if you might look at that, there was a discussion I was involved in with the work source. And they seem to offer for our municipalities a preferred relationship with some company on some of those things.
I will definitely
All
look into
right,
that.
so just FYI.
Just, and really and truthfully, if any council member knows about any ways for my office to save money when it comes down to any of our testing or anything that we're doing, please share, because I believe that we need to go as lean as possible. I'm used to being in lean organizations, and I'm used to doing more with less. So I'm not looking to grab money. I'm looking to be as lean as we possibly can on a very tight budget. I think that if we go lean and we make great things happen, I think it just becomes a cherry in our on our hat,
Yeah.
And Aaron, explain to me, when you have social service exams, what's the cost? I see you have a cost here. Well, explain the cost, please.
So there's a cost to take the test, and then there's also a test per person. So after a certain amount of 50, which we typically don't have, it's about $50 per person. I am looking to actually, hopefully, it is on there just in case, but I'm hoping to have PD absorb that cost going forward. And then that line item should be, in an ideal world, I think and I don't know how to do this, and I'm so sorry, guys. I'm a little naive when it comes down to these budgets. This is my first budget, but ideally in my head, how I see it happening is that we would take the $10,000 that was allocated to my department and send that funds over to PD to help cover the cost of the civil service exams. And the reason being is that now we're kind of at a different space. They still need to recruit, they still need to keep officers in the queue, but we don't need to do it as often. So where we were heavily doing the exams before, we can now kind of switch to retention and kind of getting a fill list, people to come into the organization if something happens, if somebody, gets a promotion to another organization, or God forbid something happens to that person. And then also too, there's the promotional exams. The promotional exams are more expensive. I believe the exam for the entrance exam is about $750, and I will have to check because that's just off the top of my head. But the actual promotional exams are much more more in detail, because each exam has to be created from scratch. So where we have the books that they come from, they do have to each be individualized, if that makes sense.
Okay. That's all I have there. Thank you.
Any other council members?
Thank you for looking to reduce costs for a department. I think that that's what the city needs, and it's what will reflect a properly ran city. So thank you for that.
Well, I didn't do it alone. Christine Turner was also helping to drive that the numbers part of it. I basically said, I get what I get and I don't throw a fit. Look at what we have, cut me as steep as you can, and then we'll go forward. We'll just make it happen. So, I appreciate you guys. It is what it is. We have good things coming. I'm really excited about some of these things that we're going to be seeing, that I'm going to be bringing to y'all over the next year, and good things are on their way.
Aaron, how long have you been here?
I've been here almost a full year. I'm coming up to my year mark.
When did you start?
A veteran HR person would be able to tell you that. But it was in about 2 weeks.
Mayor, it was the end of August of last year. Right about almost budget season. Actually, after budget season.
Yeah.
End of August last year. Here's a deeper question. Now, this is extra credit. How long had that position been open before you accepted it?
Well, I think that there was a lag for some time. But the good news is that it wasn't completely vacant. We had the city receptionist who was actually the right-hand person to the HR former HR director who was managing that position. So it wasn't completely vacant. It just didn't have the department head in the role.
So how long?
I would say at the minimum, I would say a minimum of about a little over 6 months.
6 months.
Now, I could be wrong here. I'm going off of what I recall. And to give you a more factual statement, I'd have to look at the actual files.
You piqued my interest when you said that when you accepted this position and you reported for work, you said that there was, and I wrote it down, you said there were overages that you could not spend fast enough, which meant for 6 months, apparently, the function of our human resources department.
Well, I think where I made my mistake is that what I should have done is that I should have bought promotional materials. And I did not. I missed out on that because I was so used to going lean that I have always just not done promotional materials. And I found out that, it would have been easier for me had I have had some of those promotional materials. And also too, one of the things that I had to understand the culture here is that we give away a small token, and it's not expensive. But it's just small little things to give to the new hires. Because of my gun shy to spend public funds, there's a lot of employees that didn't get that. And that's a failing on my part.
Yeah, but Aaron, that's not where I'm trying to go with this discussion. What I'm trying to understand is, you said when you accepted the position, we're in a budget workshop, we're looking at taxpayer expenditures of resources. And you said when you accepted the position in August, that there was an overage. It sounded like what you were trying to say is that you had a lot of monies that had been budgeted to your department that had not yet been utilized.
Correct.
Okay, if that's true.
But you have to realize I came in where we had it long tenured, and to explain where that comes from. Now we're kind of getting into the nitty gritty of different salaries, but public officials, it's all open record. So where we had a long tenured employee who was at a different pay scale coming in. I am not a long tenured employee, although I do have experience, but we don't really have a step plan to factor that in. So the reality is I accepted the position to be competitive because I wanted to be competitive, because I wanted to be here, and I'm very happy with what I'm getting paid, and don't even want to open that door. But the reality is that there was a difference in that fund, and that's where I'm looking at, because I'm looking at budget as a whole. And I was thinking to myself, well, maybe I could move this and this here and there. I was calculating in my head how I could make those dollars stretch longer to kind of keep it in my department. But the reality was that it didn't make sense at the time, so I didn't I didn't pull that trigger,
So
if that
what-
makes sense.
So let me ask you, I'm trying to gather some information.
Mhm.
Your position went dormant for 6 months. You walked into what you said was overage, surplus. Was the
From the
sur,
salaries.
from the, that's, there you
From the
go,
salary.
there you go. So it was not a surplus in your operation budget.
Correct.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to ask. That's what I'm trying to.
Forgive me for that.
Okay.
Words matter,
Okay.
and I'll try to do a little bit better job
That's
in the
okay.
future.
That's okay. We're just trying to understand how much we need to expend in each department. So what you've said now makes better sense to me as I go through that process. Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm gonna go back on this drug testing. So if the Department of Defense finds that for most military jobs, and as a matter of fact, I don't know any that require a hair follicle test in the Department of Defense, why would we as a small municipality need to do a hair follicle test?
I can't answer that. I know that I'm not in support of the hair follicle test, and I will go on record in saying that I'm not in support of the hair follicle test. I just think that it is above the norm, but then again, I am in support of the hair follicle test if it is the will of the people of Lamarck to do so, and if it is the will of the council. I would assume that this had already been vetted, and I believe that sometimes it's important to take yourself out of the situation and know that, you know, it's not all about Aaron Hoosier, right? In his opinion. I might have an opinion on it, but the ultimate decision comes from the will of the people of Lamarck. And I would assume that that was something that was vetted. If it wasn't, you know, I would love to open that door and have that conversation about possibly going in a different direction. But then take in mind that there are some benefits of having the hair follicle test, because we do have a truer depiction of what someone has done or hasn't done.
Which one is more expensive?
The hair follicle, 100%.
Gary, could you give us some background information on that? Where did that, not immediately,
Right.
but where that policy originated, so that we can find out where hair follicles came in? Was it a council action? Was it something that was done administratively? So that we can get some background on it, please.
Yes, sir. I will do research on that and try to have an answer this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Councilmember Lowry, I'm sorry.
I'm still,
Let Mr. Ross go, Councilmember, and then you go, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
how often do we do
Okay.
random drug testing in the city of Lamar?
It's random. And really and truthfully, the only people that should be getting random drug testing is the typically, let me dial that back. In my experience, typically the only people that I have personally ever randomly drug test were those required by the DOT, which would be the CDL drivers. Now, with that being said, the city of Lamarck does engage in random drug testing. We also engage in drug testing for suspicion. There is training that has to happen before I feel comfortable with us doing and giving that the keys to the fortress with random drug testing. I want to make sure that each and every supervisor is aware of how to do reasonable suspicion and when to call that out. That is a process that has to go that we're planning on implementing right around October.
Mr. Ross?
And then the fit for duty physical. And I understand you having to deal with hire, if they're in an accident on the job, HR taking that position, but if it's directly one department here and it says fire EMS, shouldn't that be directly in their budget for that, for the fit for duty physical?
In my opinion, yes. But I think typically we have, that those funds have come out of HR.
Okay.
But it's very, for EMS and firefighters and also for the police department, it's extremely important that those tests get done. In fact, we're legally required to do so.
And have you looked at any of the drug testing labs within Galveston County to take over your analysis for us?
Yes, I've been looking at several labs. I've also looked at several manufacturers. That's how I've come up with the $3 per cup situation. But finding an MRO that can meet the standards and make sure that they can facilitate that. We want to make sure that we get that right because the liability of getting it wrong is substantial.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowry.
So we have done hair follicles here recently or in the city of Marque.
Yes, in order to get my job, I had to go through a hair follicle test.
And it is becoming actually quite a bit more frequent, even for my employees, not at our request, but by the request of contractors to do that. The reason that people are getting away from the urine analysis and doing hair follicles is because you can go to your gas station and get the fake urine. And you can also do the same thing for the hair follicle stuff, but it's a little bit less rare. So I think both policies is good for the city. And if we think it's expensive now, get into an accident and have an insurance company ask you why you didn't do it now that we have done it. So my thoughts on that.
I think that's a valid thought, though. There's pluses and minuses to both sides. Financially, there's definitely an impact, but also too, financially, there's another impact on the other side, which is the risk management side. Going above and beyond, it really becomes, how do you want to manage that on the front end or on the back end?
Right.
But I do think that for safety sensitive positions, I think that's critical. But I mean, I don't know if we should be like hair follicling someone who works as a teller who's never going to be in a safety situation where, there's variables. But ultimately, to your point, it's an excellent point.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I heard you say the first time that in fact we were only doing the hair follicle test for safety sensitive positions.
No, that would be my recommendation.
That was your recommendation.
But we
Right
do-
now, we're doing it for all employees.
Correct.
And hair follicle testing shows you some evidence of improper drug use for what, a 2-year or a 5-year period? How much?
No, 6
6
months.
So just 6 months? I thought there was a longer one. Okay. Just for a 6-month period. And urine goes back for how long?
About 45 days.
45 days. Okay, 6 months, 45 days. So right now, your recommendation would be to
My
just
net
do it
re-
for safety sensitive positions and not for the city as a whole, but continue, when you do the random drug testing, you're doing the hair follicle testing as well.
So
How's that?
ultimately, and I want to be clear there.
Yes.
So my recommendation for the drug testing would be this, that for safety sensitive positions, we do both. For non-safety sensitive positions, we only do the urine analysis. That way we can still capture if there's any current use. But if somebody 6 months ago, I mean, I guess the thought process is, and there's some legal minds out there at the state level that is also sharing this opinion. And it, after reading a lot of their things, and I'll share it with the council as well, it's kind of brought me over to the side, because before I would never have had this conversation. But reading their briefs, it's kind of helped to change my opinion a little bit, but I still feel like we need to know what people are doing. Because if there's drug use there, that's an inherent risk to people. And I want to make sure that my people are safe. But for me, if it's a non-safety situation, it should, in my opinion, it makes more sense from a financial standpoint, and also a risk management standpoint, to have someone do the urinalysis. The reason being is that there's a less likelihood that they're going to cause a major accident. But with that being said, ultimately, that's a decision that's frankly not up to me. It's up to council, and I'm willing to go with the will of the council.
Mayor and council, just it's a question inquiry. Would it make sense? Because I'm concerned about getting involved on the administrative side, which is, the work, but would it make sense if the HR director and the city manager with our council would come up with a recommendation or an updated, I guess this is in our employee handbook, right? Is that where is this policy of testing set forth?
So I think it's more of a past practice. I found that there's a lot of past practices that
That
aren't
haven't been written down, huh?
correct.
So
So
that sounds like
the good news is we have a updated manual that I will be presenting to council soon, which will hopefully clean that up. But I will be very transparent on the manual itself. The manual talks about our past practice, because I have not changed the wording in that, but I've defined what it is.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. That's what I'm focusing on. Is asking the city manager, the HR director, and our legal counsel. But we utilize another guy for employee issues, right? Bruce, as I recall, or he's no longer around. I thought there was another fellow. Anyway, is you set forth your desires, right? These updates, and then have the city manager bring it back to us to update us and provide our feedback, Mayor. That's just kind of what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's probably the wise thing to do. Get a form, get it into a form, formulated proposal, and allow council to weigh in on it.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I look forward to it.
Sure, Ms. Yancy.
So, what is the percentage of being fully staffed? I think Cesar gave it to us not too long ago.
I almost want to say we're at 98%, but I think that's just me wishful thinking. I'll have to look at the numbers again to make sure, because I think everybody deserves like the actual number instead of my pie in the sky number. The number that gets me going is 89%, but I think I just keep telling myself that. But I believe that we're really close to being fully staffed. We're looking really well.
Councilwoman, can I add to that? As far as your big three are concerned, and I know fire's in the back, I believe fire, we're missing 2 firefighters, nobody else, plus 1 code right now to date. So that's 3 in fire essentially. We're missing 1 police officer as of this past Friday, because one of them was brought on. And in Public Works, I believe minus one person that we just lost, I think we're down 3. So if that's a consideration of where we are right now compared to where we were in the past, we're well above 95% fully staffed.
Well, give me I would like to have
Yes.
the actual
We will-
percentage before we leave today.
We will update the vacancy report, and actually it was supposed to be in your next council meeting, but we'll go ahead and get it updated and share it with you now.
Okay, the other question I have, you said that you had to make some deep cuts. Where was your deepest cut? Because HR is critical to the health of an organization?
So basically, we've cut a lot of the operational cost. We've trimmed, we haven't gutted we haven't gutted the budget, but we've trimmed a lot. There is about a 30% reduction in operations, and I think that I understand that I'm taking a little bit of a risk, but I believe that these cuts will not affect services that we are currently offering. And I also do not believe that it will stop us from being able to offer services in the future as well.
I just wanted to know, and that's a short answer. That's not a long answer. Just let me know, and it can be done. I mean, we'll be here all day. So just kind of let me know, what area was your deepest cut, just so I can know. I'm trying to find your deepest cut. I just can't find.
So I think our deepest cut has been for conventions, schools, and travel. That is one area where I felt like that could
Okay.
be reduced.
So you went from 7,300 to 4,800. That's your
Yes.
deepest cut, you think? Okay.
Yes.
For the
Um,
after hours drug testing, help me to understand, why are they going after hours? Do we
If
not tell
someone-
them to go 8 to 5?
If somebody falls and gets hurt, they
Okay.
need to get drug tested immediately.
So that's.
Police
what that-
officers,
okay.
firefighters, yeah.
All right, I just wanted to understand.
Anybody working during overtime hours?
Okay, so, so when the mayor was asking about the surplus budget, what happens to those funds if they're not utilized?
I believe it's use it or lose it. It goes back to general funds.
Okay,
And that's, thank you for that, Ms. Shannon. That's what I wanted to bring, Ms. Turner in on this one. Apparently there is a decrease, in the human resources, coordinator or manager's position as it relates to salary. So I'm taking that bit of information that Aaron shared with us, not to fight for Aaron a raise, because I'm not doing that. But to ask a question along the lines of what Ms. Yancey is proposing. When that happens, when there is a reduction in salary, do you capture that immediately? And how long is the turnaround from the process that there's a person making perhaps $10 an hour, the new person's making $5, you capture it, and then you bring that back to us in a budget amendment? Is there a process for that, and how long does that take?
Well, budget amendments are done, what is it, maybe midway through a fiscal year? That's what I understand, that how it's done here. We go midway and then we do budget amendments to kind of true everything up. So once a fiscal year. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, like, in the midst of a fiscal year, right?
Yes,
If there's a person, same job, if there's a
Okay.
person making $10,
right,
and then that person retires, gets terminated, whatever, the
Right.
new person makes $5.
right,
So in that fiscal year, we would be saving $5,
correct.
right? What's the process? Because Aaron was saying one of the things that he said, which doesn't necessarily make it be true. He said something to the effect of, I had this excess money and I was trying to find ways to maybe use it, right? It's what I thought I heard him say about that. So my question again, he's just trying to run this department. But
Right.
my question to you financially moving forward is,
Mhm.
that's interesting, right?
Right.
Seems like to me, he wouldn't even have that option, right? Seems like to me it would be captured, those monies would be captured and then put back towards council for a budget amendment, even if it's every 6 months or so.
That's true.
Does that make sense,
That
what I'm
makes sense.
asking? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes,
Because that has to happen more than once during the course of a year.
I agree.
You have a police officer that retires who was maxed out. There's a new officer who does not receive all of those maxed out benefits, right? There's a
Right.
savings there.
And those are the things that I was mentioning last week. Like for instance, in his line item, salaries budgeted was larger than what he needed. I don't know what happened during that time, if they anticipated to bring on extra staff. And then that amendment, we didn't do that amendment. But that's what I'm thinking he's referring to. There was a surplus of budgeted money. Let's just say 100,000 was budgeted. But really to run that particular line item for his department, he only may have used 35,000.
Right. And so we have to capture that for the year that we're in, so that,
Right.
because there are other line items that, because the police department perhaps is $50,000
Right.
over their overtime budget, right?
Right.
So we have to recapture that so that we can reallocate it to another place.
We absolutely need to do that going forward. Yeah.
And an even bigger part of this conversation is what I think is at the basis of a lot of the frustration in our community as it relates to budgets and money, right? There should be a system in place so that we would have those numbers would be accurately reflected when we move through this budget process,
I
right?
agree.
Does that make sense?
Yes. it
And we
does.
may not be there yet.
Right.
Right, but I think that it helps us to identify opportunities like this so that we can start thinking about these things,
Right.
because 50,000 here, 15,000 there,
Right.
you know, can go a long ways when we're talking about providing for our residents.
And that's why you would see 100,000 and then I adjust something and it's down to 35. You're like, wait a minute, what happened? That's the reason. I have to adjust to what the estimates are. I'm looking at the trending. So I'm saying, well, for whatever reason, they could have been saying salaries. They could have been trying to account for another head count or something, but it wasn't removed. So now I have to kind of adjust to what the head count really is. And that's why you would see
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. So we just need to perhaps, as an administration,
Mhm.
develop a process and bring that before council.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Any further questions for Aaron? Aaron, you did a great job, man. I mean, you knocked
This
it
is
out the
First
park.
time, so I appreciate you guys.
Good deal.
I was nervous.
Good deal.
Bye, guys.
See, it
Thank
was,
you.
it was harmless. All right, Department 13, let's take a 5-minute break, restroom break to Mayor Pro Tem's point. We'll return about 11:20 with, are we with Department 13 or are we with Waste Management? Okay, we'll give Waste Management about 5 minutes to get in and set up, and we'll reconvene at 11:20. Welcome. We are back in our budget workshop, Monday, August 12th, 2024. We have before us at this time waste management, which handles the waste services in our community. And Mrs. Shanna Lopez, who is the Marque representative of waste management. Welcome, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I'm very glad to be here. It's kind of hard to believe it's been 7 years when we took over this account, and it's been my baby since day one. So it's kind of nice to have that history with you guys, but be the face of WM for so many years and get to know Marque and the residents and businesses and services that you provide for your residents. So I really appreciate everyone's time today. I do have a PowerPoint presentation to kind of go through, and I apologize, I should have brought copies this morning, but I will go through the screen so to make sure that they're up there and go through the slides together.
And Mayor, we're printing copies of those for all of you now.
So as you know, we started this contract back in 2017. It was an initial 7-year contract. So we're up on the renewal of the first renewal of the existing contract. So it was a 7-year initial contract. And I'm here today to propose to extend it an additional 5 years. So I'm going to go through several different options with you guys. As you can imagine, a lot has changed in the past 7 years. We've went through Harvey, COVID, hurricanes, you name it, with you guys, inflation. So there's a lot that's contributed over the past 7 years. So to try to explain, our approach with the renewal, what we're looking for, and some different options to provide, council to evaluate. And I'm here to answer any questions that you all might have. So go to the next slide.
Clarification before, to clarify, the contract is up for renewal this year or next year?
This year,
This year.
7 years.
In this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
October of this year.
October would be next.
So it started
It's
October.
over October 1 of this year. So it has to be renewed or rebid.
Oh, by,
Before
before October. I see, okay.
So
all
it
right.
ends with the fiscal year.
Fiscal year, all right, thank you.
That's correct. Okay, which way do I point it to?
You should click.
There we go. So just to give you an overview, we're servicing approximately 6,900 residents. Most of the residents, the majority have one cart out for service, but some of those have 2 carts, just depending on the needs. They may have asked for an additional cart. I think we have roughly maybe like 400 residents that have 2 carts, but the majority of the residents all have one cart at their residence. And with the different services that we provide, oh, go ahead.
For which they're charged, how much?
So there's an additional cart fee, shoot,
$5.97,
thank you,
$5.97 per additional cart
per month.
per month.
Per month,
Right.
but the initial cart, there is no charge
It's included in that monthly.
in the
rate.
monthly charge.
Yes, sir.
While we're at it, explain the what do you call it? Recycle cart. Is there a fee for that?
It's included, so it's part of those services as well. So every resident has a recycling cart that's picked up every other week as well. That's part of the service. So we supplied 7 years ago a waste cart and a recycling cart. And if any time the lid breaks, the wheel breaks, if there's something that we can repair, we will repair it, replace it at no charge. Now, if the cart goes missing, then there's a charge to give them a new cart. But as long as there's a physical cart, no matter what's broken or what needs to be fixed, if there's something that we can take and fix and replace, then we're going to give them a new cart. So a lot of folks say, well, we've had this cart for 7 years. We started this, do we need new carts? At any time, the resident can make that request to get a new cart. So if something happens with it, there's definitely, and that's every year of the contract. It's not just, 3 years in, a year, it's at all times. So as you can imagine, over a year, we have over 1 million touches to your resident. So, close to the mail carrier because they're bringing mail almost once a day. We're touching your customer on, depending on what type of service, because our recycling truck is separate from our waste truck. The bulk is picked up separate. So there's lots of trucks that pick up the different materials. And with that, we see what's happening on the streets. The guys get familiar with the customers, and there's also what we have, what we consider our service for special needs situations. So if a homeowner doesn't have the ability to bring their cart out, we provide a sticker, and so that we bring the cart out and then bring the cart back to their garage area. As long as we can visibly see the cart, we can't go behind, gates and fences and things like that. So it needs to be near their garage or somewhere where the driver can see it from the road. We will bring those carts out. So we do have several residents that are a part of that program and have been for several years. And we haven't noted, go ahead.
Is there a charge for the sticker?
There is not a charge.
And where does the sticker go?
It goes on their cart.
On the cart?
Yes, sir.
So the cart would have to also be visible from the street. It couldn't be
is-
hidden by a car or something else.
Right. It has to
Just
be
has
visible. Just because we don't want to put our driver in a situation that he can't visibly see the cart and remove the cart, especially behind fences if they have pets and things like that. We don't want to take the risk of leaving something open and a pet getting out, or,
If well, how does that work in a HOA managed area? The concept of leaving the cart outside to be visible.
it's just on garbage day. So it's really not any different from someone putting their cart at the street on garbage day versus on this special assistance day. That's the only day we're requesting that they set it out. So that would be the kind of like the same thing. So for them, their curb is really maybe their garage area. And that's just on garbage day. So then on a non-garbage day, they would move it to fall within the guidelines of their HOA.
No. Thank you.
So besides the residential service, we also have commercial business services as well for the commercial customers within the city of Lamarque. And this is what we consider an exclusive franchise. So everyone within the city, whether they're a business or a resident, is included in this contract. So it's exclusive. They have to use the provider that you have selected with the given rates. So I can't have someone that calls in a business and says, okay, I want a rate in the city of Lamarque, and give them an arbitrary rate. It's a rate that's set based on the agreement that we have with the city of Lamarque. So it's a set pricing for all of the city, all of the businesses, based on their service day and their size of their container. So for instance, if a customer has an 8-yard container going one time a week, it's a different pricing than a customer that has a 6-yard container going once a week. So it's all based on that service size and then the frequency. So the frequency can be as much as 6 times a week. And then the container sizes, it's anywhere from a cart. So some commercial businesses don't need a dumpster, they need a cart, to an 8-yard container. So we have 2, 4, 6, and 8. So it's all based on their service needs and then their frequency. We do take images of those commercial containers if they're full, they're overloaded. And they get images as well of those, and that's to help to right size. So if a customer says, look, I want an 8-yard going one time a week, but their business needs might be 2 or 3 times a week, we have the ability to see pictures and work with a customer to make those adjustments to the right size of their business needs.
So Ms. Lopez, let me ask this. We have an ordinance that requires our dumpsters to be fenced in. Does Waste Management have any experience at all working with municipalities when commercial dumpsters are requested to collaborate with the municipality to say, hey, there's a commercial dumpster requested, so that our code enforcement officers or whomever these folks might be, so that we might be able to say, they don't have adequate infrastructure to house a commercial dumpster. Do y'all have any experience at all working with
We do.
municipalities in that way? Okay.
We do.
Do
So
y'all work with us in that way?
so initially the request as of right now, when they're requesting a dumpster, it's going to the city. So the city's getting the request and then they forward it to us. So you could easily implement that system to say, okay, this is a new request. Let's send it to code enforcement to make sure that that in place. But another step that we could actually provide as well is we can put some places when we're doing delivery. If we don't see an enclosure, we can notify you immediately and say, okay, we put a dumpster at this location. Maybe for some reason, the business was able to, some way get around that check. Hey, we're delivering this and we're just letting you know that it doesn't exist. So, I mean, there's another way that we could put that in place.
So who do you get the request from? I understand you get it from the municipality, but what department, what person? Okay. And so they requested from your office?
Yes, they'll call our office and let us know that they need to either downsize, upgrade, or need a dumpster at all, and we'll send it to Waste Management.
And up until today, what have you done with that information besides forward it to Waste Management? Have you forwarded that information to Code Enforcement Division, to Developmental Services?
No.
Okay, up until, I mean, we get that it doesn't exist, but.
Let's see. So normally if they do downsize, in my head, in my thoughts, is like, okay, well, they have the like the fencing area already for them to have a dumpster, right? In my head, because that commercial property been there for a very long time. Now there are some cases, if you ride by, or if Waste Management contacts us and says, hey, we're unable to get to this dumpster because of this, that's when we'll contact code and say, this is going on, we need to reach out to the property owner.
So it wouldn't hurt for us to, perhaps the council to direct the city manager to develop a process for once the request reaches your office, you
Right.
would then forward that request to Code Enforcement, Fire Department.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
tag along on your question there. I heard you say there's a city ordinance for commercial properties to have the dumpster fenced in,
Enclosed.
enclosed. And your dumpsters, commercial, are all green colored or not, or are they blue?
No, they're all green colored.
They're green colored. I see around town blue colored dumpsters. I see down the street on Durow, there's an apartment complex across from the high school. The dumpster is blue. There's an apartment complex over there by your house, Councilman Ross, that's also blue, as I recall. It's right on Texas Avenue. They're not enclosed.
And if they're blue, then I would say they're violating the franchise agreement. And so we need to provide a letter to that apartment complex or business, letting them know that they need to cancel their existing service and they should be having
Well, I guess
service.
that speaks to Mayor's point. Are we letting code enforcement know about violations, right?
Right.
And the fact that there's no fence around these either.
And are those, so there used to be a time in our city that when we contracted with a refuse company, those temporary roll-off dumpsters that people use to, do major remodeling in their homes or landscaping or whatever the case may be. There used to be a time in our city that we did not allow any other organization to contract within our city limits outside of the agency that we have contracted with. Is that still the case?
That should still be the case.
So there should be no other colored dumpsters anywhere, right? And so what I think Mayor Pro Tem is referring to is these roll-off dumpsters that have been rented by businesses, apartment complexes, whomever, to do work or remodeling or whatever the case may be. Well, they are, apparently they are violating the franchise agreement, right? And so that would be something that you say, whose responsibility would that be to enforce that?
It's the cities, but we could help draft a letter. We have a letter that we use in other cities. And so if you're code enforcement or when if you see, you know, a dumpster that's not green and it's not labeled WM, as long as you have the address, the best thing is to take a picture and you can send a letter to that business. And also if you have a picture of the dumpster or roll off and it has the company's name, so if it's XYZ company, I would suggest copying them in as well so that they know to remove it. I have other cities that put their letter out, put the request, or they call and they give them 24 hours to remove it because they're violating the franchise. So as long as you're notifying and making, even if code enforcement went out and visited, if, you know, it was elevated as an address and they said, you know, look, you're violating the franchise, you need to call XYZ company. Typically the companies will remove it. Some of them just didn't know. Some of them take advantage of the system if it's not enforced. So if we haven't enforced that as, you know, waste management and the city, then sometimes I saw one on my way here too and noticed today. And I was like, we see that uptick as well after storms because people are bringing in contractors and the contractor may not know. And so it's just kind of something that you probably want to send out to your business community.
Oh, let me ask you one more, then we'll get Councilmember Lowry, then Mayor Pro Tem. What if they are a junk removal company who has their own dumpsters, roll-off dumpsters? How does that work?
So as long as it is not solid waste and recycling services that we provide, then the junk removal company is a total different. So they may have like steel, for example. Some businesses might collect metal. And so that's outside of the contract. But if it is solid waste services, then of course that's, you know, a different type of waste that is under the contract.
Very good. Councilmember Lowry.
So, couple of things, the enclosure around the dumps, it just can't be seen. It could also be behind a fence if it's wooden, if it's behind a closed area. But so what you're saying is if I'm a contractor and I bring in and I go do a remodel, I'm forced to use waste management in the city of Lamarque.
That's what I'm asking.
That don't sit well with me. If I'm a contractor and I do work around Texas and I have a contract with another company, I'm not going to be forced to use a waste management company if I don't choose to. And if we have that, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay. So in certain cities, it's like what your situation, if it's temporary, so they're coming in for a 30-day job or a week job. Sometimes in certain cities that's open to whoever, if the council decides to. Whereas if it's a permanent roll off, so I need it for my business because this is an apartment complex, a dumpster's not big enough, and this is a monthly, it's not changing, it's not just, then sometimes they separate and say temporary is open market, meaning anyone. And then a permanent situation for roll off is part of the franchise. So depending upon how you want to look at that, there's two ways to go through that. One thing that I would say in a franchise, and I'm going to get through this in my slide about franchise fees and things, currently you don't have franchise fees. So in a situation that it's open market, you don't have the ability to say, okay, who's all bringing all of these containers and am I getting that franchise fee? Whereas if it's set and it's all within the franchise fee and you do have set, say it's 5%, then 5% franchise fees go back to the city. So if you open it up, you're going to have to enforce all XYZ companies. They may need a permit through the city, but they also are required to send the 5%, if that makes sense. So there's a way to do it. And some cities want to leave it open for temporary because yes, you're bringing in a contractor, you're doing work. And yes, you do have your set folks that you use, or maybe it's not even that they use roll-offs. They use, you know, like a smaller container that's, you know, smaller than a roll-off, but not a dumpster. So there's ways to discuss that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, were you done?
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem.
It's a good point. I had thought about the temporary, but I've seen that too after storms, right? I had one, you know, and I didn't, I guess I must have violated the ordinance. So I admit it. I'm self-reporting there. I'm self-reporting. I will suggest that, and JB, I think it's under your responsibilities on our webpage. I feel that we don't have enough information that says on our website, it just says commercial customers to apply for commercial trash and service. It doesn't specifically say what you've just said, that there is an exclusive franchise for if you need a permanent commercial dump or whatever you call it, dumpster at your site. And the other thing I think that probably should be included and updated is this reference to this ordinance with regard to enclosing the commercial sites. I don't think we know
Included in the.
in just the information here. I'd go so far as to also include the rates,
Yes.
you know.
I would suggest to, for the enclosure, allow us to give you the dimensions, because sometimes folks think, okay, I've got a 8-yard dumpster, and as long as I put an enclosure that fits that, we're good, right? Well, what happens is sometimes they put these enclosures and it barely fits the dumpster. Well, they're not thinking that we've got to come in with our truck, we've got to pull up and latch into the dumpster. And so we need a foot of room on both sides. And so we get to a new build and they've made this dump and we can't put the dumpster inside the enclosure. So I think it's a good thing on the front side if we give you the dimensions for all size dumpsters. And my suggestion is to give them the 8-yard size, because they may start with a 2-yard, but their business needs might go to up to an 8-yard. And if they build the enclosure for a 2, unless they want to rebuild it, by the time if they need an 8-yard, then the dumpster can't fit. So I think we had a situation not too long ago where we had the same kind of scenario, that the enclosure was a new business, but the enclosure was not big enough for the dumpster, or they needed 2 dumpsters. So you really, it depends on what their end goal is and how many dumpsters they're thinking, because if they build it for 1 and they actually need 2, then that becomes a problem as well, because then they don't have the space to put the second container within the enclosure.
Well, just my suggestion, to the extent possible, I think it would be helpful for our community if we have this information, because I'm learning something here with regard
Absolutely.
to this today. Just one other quick thought that came through my mind. That sometimes they go so quick. They come and they go so quick. Let me think. No, I can't think. It'll come back. I'm sorry. It'll
Ms. Yancey. Think about it, Joe.
So first of all, I want to say thank you for your services. They've gotten so, I've been satisfied every time we've had an issue, because where I live, sometimes people would dump on that area. And we're still having an issue with the owner right there on, I think it's Burnett Street and 45. He needs to get a commercial dumpster. This is in your district, Councilman Lowry. He needs to get a dumpster, but he kind of refusing it, and the trash is overflowing, right? And the neighbors are having to pick it up and all that. And the previous owner had a commercial dumpster and it worked well. But the new owner is like, I don't want to do it. I can't afford it. And is that a code issue? That code needs to let them know that they need to go ahead and get a dumpster, because it's really what's happening is attracting the loose dogs that I've been talking about that's been chasing me when I walk. And so that's why it's important that our commercial owners know the correct size to get. Like, we don't care that you're trying to just dump as much in the regular trash can. It's time for you to expand to the larger ones. What is that process? Because that goes back to keep Lamar beautiful and making sure that the community is nice. And that's an elderly couple that lives over there. So they have been complaining, that, because when I have talked.
Yeah.
have been complaining for quite some time about that situation, to the point that they just go out there and pick it up, or I'll pick it up when I'm walking past there, but since I've been dog chased, I don't go too often. So, because they're looking for food, because they know it's gonna be there because the trash is overflowing. So what is the process for that? Because I'm sure I'm not the only one that's dealing with that in my neighborhood. What does that process look like? Because I know what you said about notifying, I think it's important that we do that because we do have growing pains happening in our city, since our city is growing.
The process right now has been for us to report that through our code department when there's ever a situation like this, which is something that has to happen between our utility billing department and then in conjunction with our code department to point those out so that we can get that communication over to waste management so we can rectify it. So it's a 3-department process for us to get that done.
And you're proposing a what rate increase of what? Are we there yet?
No, we're
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
We're
okay,
we're
go
getting
ahead.
closer. We're getting closer.
Okay.
So just so we're all on the same page, the services that are included in the residential monthly rate, I've kind of narrowed those down or put those just so they're visible. It's your twice a week trash in your 96-gallon cart, your every other week recycling in your 96-gallon cart. It includes bulky waste with a 5 cubic yard limit right now. And then as needed at your door program. So this is your household hazardous waste. So if a customer has paint, chemicals, light bulbs, stuff that really shouldn't go in the garbage and recycling container, they can call us at any time as needed for that at your door pickup. So that program is also available. So our current rate of all of these services is the 25.37. So when we talk about all of this service and is recycling included, is waste included, that 25.37 is everything for that residential customer. If they have an extra cart, that's when that additional 5.30 something is included. But for the most part, most of the residents just have the 25.37 rate. Historically, over the last 7 years with the contract, we have a set 3% price increase throughout every year. So as you can imagine, pretty much since COVID, inflation, the last few years, we have not came to you and said, hey, we need an additional adjustment because of inflation is upward in 5 to 7% in some years. And so unfortunately, that's where I'm at today with COVID, inflation, everything that's impacted over the past 7 years. We're at a point that we have to make a little catch up to what we've done historically here in Lamarque to offer the same services at the same level that we've been providing them for the last 7 years. So I'm going to go through 3 different options because I know that you guys have been used to a flat fixed rate. So every year come to the table, we discuss how things are going and it's been a 3%. So kind of going to go through the breakdown of that today and what that would look like and then different offerings that we're suggesting for a renewal strategy. So if you look at the breakdown, I had met with the city manager and Miss Christine and Venetia earlier this year to kind of discuss. And one of the things takeaways, they said, can we see what our breakdown in 25.37 looks like? So I had to go back kind of to our table and try to do the math because the rate's all encompassing. It has every type of services. But really to try to look at the services so that if you decide you want to make changes to your current service levels, at least you would know a ballpark of kind of where that 25.37. So if you look at your trash, just for the trash alone, it's around $13.20. Recycling is $6.18. And these are all monthly prices. Your bulky waste for every week is $4.49 and your at your door pickup is $1.50 per month. So that's where the whole 25.37, that number adds up. All of these numbers add up to that 25.37 number. All right, so here we are about the offerings on the renewal. So I kind of proposed three different options to kind of look at it and try to give you some choices. And the first one was a fixed price increase of 5%. So it'd take your current 2537 and it would be a 5% increase that would occur on October 1st of every year. So whatever your current rate is by 5%. So it's very similar to what you have now, except a 3 versus a 4%. That's roughly $1.27 per month increase to your residents per month. We would look for a 5-year renewal. So this would be effective for 5 years, starting October 1st of 2024. All the free services that we provide now, so portalets, we do the fall cleanup, the spring cleanup where we bring in dumpsters. All of those services would remain. So everything that we currently have in the contract and we're doing for Marque would still be included. It's just we're requesting a 5% increase. So we're not changing any services or doing anything differently or taking anything away. We're just saying this is if we keep this contract status quo and the services that we're providing today with inflation as it's over the past 3 years, this is what we're needing to stay afloat current to keep it to pick up over the last few years. Any questions about option 1 before I go to option 2?
I had a question about your $1.50 per household for the toxic waste paint and stuff like that. I've been here for this entire contract of 7 years. I've never even heard of that. Has the city, anybody in the city ever utilized that?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know how many people? Or can you find out?
I can. It varies and
Just curious.
Yeah, we provide a report every month. The big thing too is the usage. If paint or those chemicals are spilled within your water system, that's a big deal, right? So if we can promote that and keep those from getting into the drainage or getting into the garbage, that's really about the program. You're not going to see 100% participation, but it's something that you want to have there. You might paint your house this month and you might have cool chemicals or different things, whereas someone XYZ might do it 2 months down the road. What we found is if you take those programs away or you offer like a 1-year pickup situation, that people are not going to put it in their cars and bring it to you. So it's a program that you can call as needed. So when you have those things, I might have it this month, but something may come up every month for me. So it varies on, the situation, but definitely.
So it's something the city could maybe advertise or let the public know
Absolutely.
that, I don't know, if Keep Marque Beautiful or something.
And I'll just make that point again. Our, Mr. JB, our webpage doesn't really communicate with that information. It's not upfront in terms of these fees. Because I share Joseph, it's the first time I've heard of the paint stuff being picked up for a fee.
Yeah.
And I was in Keep Marque Beautiful, and we never really discussed.
Yeah. And it's on the
That-
yearly flyer. I mean, it's part of that.
I know,
Yeah.
I've seen it on you guys, but I've never really connected.
Yeah. And we have some
This includes like
advertisements.
oil, people changing oil on
It's
their
a whole,
vehicles.
I'm not sure if motor oil is included, but there's a whole list of different materials that are included.
Yeah, we're not promoting this information.
And we
Paying
have,
for it, might as well use it.
Use it.
yeah, definitely. And we have tools that we can update the website and send out information. A lot of times we can target. So if, for instance, this program, we wanted to target at your door, we have specialized postcards that maybe, we talk about sending it out to the residents and then also putting it on social media pages and keeping it on the website because you're touching, usually people need like 3 ways, or seeing it 3 different times for it to stick. Because you're right, you might not need it today, but a month from now, you're like, oh, what do I do with these types of materials? Even computer and electronics, that's a really big thing that's going. So that At Your Door program offers the electronics collection besides just the chemicals and paints and things like that too. All right, so option 2. So option two is a little bit different. So instead of taking a fixed price approach every year, this is saying in year one, we're suggesting a rate of 27.40 for October of 2024. And then every year after 2024, we're saying that the annual rate adjustment will not be more than 4%. So for instance, we're going to use the CPI and fuel index. And if it comes back and it's 2.5 combined for 2025, we're going to take the 2.5. Whereas your first option, it's 5 across the board. You're not factoring in any CPI, any fuel increases. In option two, we're saying we're going to take your CPI, Consumer Price Index, and the fuel index, combine those. We're not going to offer anything more than 4%. So the max increase would be 4%, but we'll also take less than 4%. So whatever the actual is, we're taking that. So it is a bigger increase up front because we're taking in that we're only getting 4% at the max for the additional 4 years. But wanted to give you that option just in case you wanted it closer to the 3%, what that would look like. So that's same services, same everything. It's just giving you an option of rate increase, what that looks like. Any questions on option two? Okay. All right, so our final option 3 is very similar to option 2, but it's an annual cap of 3% after 2025. So we have set pricing for the first 2 years. So the first year was $27.91, and then October 1st of 2025 is $29.58. And then from 2026 on, it's not going to increase more than 3%. So after 2026, it would stay with your at the max of 3%. So again, if it comes in at 2.5, we're going to take the 2.5. If it came in at 7, we're just going to do a 3%. So the max after 2025 is a 3% rate increase. So after looking at the different options, when I met with the city manager and Benicia and Christine, we kind of, went through, what do you see with the contract? What are different options? What's weighing heavy on the city? What are some other offerings? One thing that came up is commercial accounts. So currently your commercial accounts are billed through the city. So we service everything, we bill the city and invoice every month for all the commercial accounts. So a business sets up an account, they want 1 time a week, 8-yard dumpster. Venetia's team sends our team a message, we put it in the containers, we start servicing. We have 1 invoice that goes to the city for all commercial containers. So you're taking on the billing, getting the funds back, making sure they're current, and the administrative process to do that. The suggestion was, is there an opportunity for WM to bill those customers directly? And absolutely, there is. What would that entail? What would happen if that's the case? Really, the only thing that we would need to do is get the billing address. We have the service address, we have the frequency, we have the container size. We would need the billing addresses for each of the commercial customers, and then we would bill them directly. I would suggest there would have to be a joint letter sent to both the commercial customers from the city and from WM saying effective whatever the date was, that you guys are no longer billing the customers, that WM is billing the customers directly. What's the benefits from that? So it definitely decreases the time that these ladies are taking on the phone to get those new And especially the changes. Sometimes the changes come through, customer calls us directly and they want to increase their service, decrease their service, and they change it on our end and don't call the city. So by the time the city gets the first invoice, it's a change, and the administration to go back and make that change so that the
Right.
matching of what we're billing customer A for.
I have to adjust the bill,
Yeah.
and this happens often. Dealing with commercial trash is a lot. 'Cause at this point, we need our own sanitation department, hopefully one day, but the billing wise, we're just working for billing for waste management. And we're not even charging these commercial companies making anything, so it's a lot for my team to still commercial and our focus, more on residential, with us, for our citizens, but these commercial accounts is a lot to keep up with.
So you're requesting that they build that directly, just
Absolutely.
commercial, not residential?
Just commercial, absolutely.
And so with that, one of the things that we had discussed in a lot of my cities that we do the billing, there is a franchise fee that the city adopts. You guys as council decide we want X amount as a franchise fee. And so if that's adopted by the city, for example, and we're doing the billing, and you say, Shanna, we have adopted 5% as our, some people call it street fee or franchise fee for commercial dumpsters, then we bill an additional 5%, 10%, 15%, whatever you've adopted. And then we give that back to the city on a monthly basis. So that helps with your streets, that helps with, your code enforcement, because they're enforcing enclosures, the streets, all of these things. So that's a way to capture all the cities in these areas have franchise fees. You're one of the few that don't have solid waste franchise fees. So that would be my suggestion, depending on which direction that you go, is adopting a franchise fee, and you can pull other rates from cities. I've seen anywhere from 5% to 20% on franchise fees. And that just goes back so that you can run some of these other funds out of that franchise fee to keep maintenance on streets, on enclosures, ordinances, all of that, code enforcement, to be able to recoup some of those fees. So there's no additional charge for us to bill. Now, if you say you don't want a franchise fee, that's fine too. We would just bill according to that rate sheet. So it's something that you would have to set a franchise fee. And, there's an ordinance saying franchise fee for City of Lamarck is X. And then whether it's roll-off, commercial, that franchise fee, anything we bill has a franchise fee attached to it. You could keep it zero. You could keep it the same as it is today. That's up to you. There's no additional billing regardless if you have a franchise fee or no franchise fee.
So let me get this straight. So if you all were to take over the billing, you would not use proceeds from this franchise fee to reimburse your costs for taking over the billing?
No, those franchise fees, if you say it's 5%, 5% goes to the city. So we send you every month a copy of, all of commercial businesses and the rates. And then it's 5% on a monthly basis that we send, or 10%, whatever that rate is that you establish as a city. It's not a waste management fee. It's a city established in our ordinance for solid waste.
Are you suggesting then that the avenue to this franchise fee is through the idea that we would allow for you all to bill and collect payment for services on your commercial accounts? Is that the only mechanism that triggers this franchise fee?
You can have a franchise fee currently as long as you have it, if you're still billing, but you would have add a line item to your invoice to the commercial customers as well. But it would have to be established through council. What does that franchise
So
fee?
they're separate things that we're talking about.
Correct.
Have you ever shared this with us before about a franchise?
So we have talked about, the attorney and I had went back and forth about franchise fees, probably might have been 2 years ago. And because he was asking about franchise fees, and I said, right now, there's no franchise fees in Lamarque. But you as a city, if you tell me tomorrow, hey, we voted and now we have a franchise fee, then it's in place. But it has to be voted upon. It's not something that we arbitrarily say that you're going to have a franchise fee of X.
Ms. Lopez, when did you, just fact finding, when did you notify us as a municipality of a possible rate change? When did your organization say to our organization, times are tough, perhaps we're not able to make ends meet, we are looking at a possible rate change? What time frame is that?
I think about June, we started having the discussion.
June of this year?
Yes, sir.
When are you all on a calendar year budget? Your company?
Yes, sir.
So you knew perhaps at the turn of the year that you perhaps would struggle, or are these recent projections?
These are recent as we were looking at the renewal coming up. in
So this
2025.
is not what you all forecasted.
Well, I mean, we just recently ran the numbers of the city of Lamarque to see where we're at currently. And that's when we came into like the catch-up phase of what's happening, because it's a set amount, 3% has been the set amount. So we analyzed the entire contract as far as, residential, commercial, all of it, to see what the service level and the pricing was. And if we extend the contract, this is what it takes to pick up from those previous
Right.
years.
And so I'm going to push just gently, if you don't mind, if
Sure.
that's okay. Mayor Pro Tem, can I push a little bit?
Sure. A little.
So you all went through your own budget process, where you all have your board of directors, whoever these folks are, they passed a budget for all of waste management, including the operation that encompasses the city of Lamarque. There had to have been rate projections at that point. What happened from that point? If the rate projections at that point suggested that there should be a rate increase, why were we not notified then? And if they didn't suggest that, why would we be notified in June? Because what's happening is, after that, my follow-up question is this: is there a time frame that the contract allows for you all to suggest to us or recommend to us a rate increase? Is there some sort of time frame? Is there a 90-day time frame? Is there a 180-day time frame? So first things first, and you may not know the answer to that. I'm simply trying to lay the foundation for a thought in our city, right? It's probably not even your pay grade. But the question would be, why didn't we know about this sooner? And when I say we, Ms. Lopez, the council, the other part of this for me is that you met with staff. Let me say it differently. The other part of this is, as a council, it would really be great for us to know sooner, right? Because we are the ones that represent the constituency. So we have to have these conversations in the community about these things. So the sooner we can gather these pieces of information, the better we can have effective conversations, right? So again, you may not know that, but I'll give you a chance to answer. What happened between the time that you all passed your budget and this dire need for an increase?
Well, I mean, you have the option to go out to bid, of course, that's your option. And if you, choose to and say, look, we want to, check prices or whatever. We just know that based on our current level of service, it's not something that we can agree to extend the contract as is. So we want it to give, and that's what was explained, to give options. And these are our options if you want to renew. We're not saying, hey, you're stuck with us. We're saying these are our options if if, you know, if there's other options that you want to suggest to us, we'll look at those. But really, for us to be able to continue to service Lamarque going forward, these are some of the stipulations that, you know, we're requesting just because of everything that's happened in the past. Now, that's on me to say, maybe I should have came to you in 2021 and said, hey, we really need a 5% besides a 3%. And then we really didn't see that inflation. We didn't think it would go as long as it did. And so kind of giving you the benefit that maybe by the time October 1, 2024 will level back out, and we won't need a significant increase of 5%. So that's on me. I'll take that to say, I didn't want to have to come to you after COVID or different things that we've went through to say we needed an increase. Try to let that just see if it balances out. And unfortunately, going forward, this is where we're at. So
Sure.
I'll take that.
Sure. No. There's nothing, Ms. Lopez, to take. It's simply trying to gather this information for our community.
Yep.
As we say something to the effect of, oh, by the way, there may be a possible rate increase, right? The very next thing that we're going to hear is, when did that happen, right? And so we have to be prepared for these things. What sort of time frame, in your experience, what sort of time frame would a municipality need? Not suggesting in any way that this is an option for me or this council, but just gathering information. What sort of time frame would a municipality generally need to issue a request for proposals for a refuse contract, to hear those proposals, to act on those proposals, and if there is a change in organization, to have that organization fully implemented? What sort of in days, what sort of turnaround in your experience would that be?
Usually 60 to 90 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before, it looks like Councilmember Lara is leaning in. Before he does, Mr. Garcia, did you communicate to this council in June that there were issues with the waste management contract?
No, Mayor, I did not do so. It was first brought to me at the end of June. We have not had much of a chance to have meetings about that since, but it is something that we needed to bring up. And I looked to have that conversation now during budget. Additionally, it was a very preliminary discussion, to which I asked Ms. Shana to go back to the drawing board to see what else we could possibly do to try to relieve that. And hence the presentation she brought. I think we met Thursday of last week was another time that we met just to finalize everything so we can bring you something that was more concrete to look at.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Lowry.
Can we get a copy of the current contract that we're under too, so we can look at that and view it? We print it for all.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You gave me the copy of that contract last month, I think. Oh, I think you did, because I've looked at it. Look at your emails just. So, but on Mayor Point, we discussed this at last budget season.
Yes.
We did, that there was an increase to be expected. And there was a renewal as well too. We didn't go into the details. It was just that statement. So I just want to make that began last year on that side. The other item that was, the franchise fee. Now that's something that you said you discussed with whom? With an attorney, you said?
Your city attorney
With
asked me directly.
our city attorney, this
Yeah, and I
present
can
one.
find,
Okay.
I don't remember the date.
That,
but
now
it came
that
up in the
discussion, I'm interested in knowing, we've not had that discussion. And we don't, it's just, I'm just a comment, I don't need any, it's, but I'm interested in following up mayor and council on that concept of looking at other revenue sources. Just for clarity purposes, if billing goes over for the commercial accounts, goes over to waste management, there's not a service charge that you would be assessing the city for that.
No
Okay,
charge.
on that side. This is a Ms. Turner question, our finance director. What percent of any, you talk about the arrearages that we have on accounts? What percent, if any, is there the arrearages accredited to the commercial accounts? Do you know? Yeah, I would also like to know, because if we do transfer over that part of the contract on the commercial side, you would also be responsible for collecting
Absolutely.
arrearages, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, so that might be something there I'd suggest we also.
So then we already have a contract with another company. How would that affect that?
That's only if that's the Lindbarger
Right.
on, it's up to us what we send over to them.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, it's not automatic,
Gotcha.
not automatic, so.
Very good. Any more questions for waste management? Mr. Ross?
So first off, chief, blue trash can or dumpster, that is my favorite little apartment complex at the end of my street.
Yeah.
So thank you. And I'm sure now that we know that blue specifically can't be had, it has to be green. We can find several in the city now.
That something is definitely new to me. I did not know
Yes.
what our guys are. on.
And transferring that over to them 100%. I'm with everybody else. I agree with Mr. Lowry that if a construction company's coming out to redo something and they have their own roll-offs, that's it. My question is about the recycling, right? So I pay, by your number, $74.16 for the opportunity to have recycling that I've used in 3 years, a total of 5 times. Is there any way that a customer can say, because it's just my daughter and I living at this house, we don't want recycling, and have that removed from the bill?
Unfortunately not, just because it's every other week and frequency, like you said, you might use it every other week. Someone might use it once a month. And so us going in and saying, okay, this person opted out, this person opted in, it would be a nightmare to try to bill who uses it and who doesn't. So it's an all or nothing. And so also when you're saying that you're using recycling, we're saying we're taking some of your garbage. So if you take out recycling, you're going to put it to garbage, right? So it's just another waste stream that's just picked up differently, because the weight doesn't go away, right? You still have that material. If you don't have recycling, you've got to put it somewhere else, unless you're putting it in your car and bringing it somewhere. But so long, short, we don't offer like a subscription recycling in or out. It's just a community-wide recycling approach for all of the residents.
Tag on his question. This is just brainstorming now, right? And a little history. This is where I am the older guy. We used to actually have that in Lamarque, where you would collect your paper or even your plastics and take them someplace. I think we used to take them over to Queen of Peace Church. They had some green bins there, and there were other places as well. So that does bring up a question, following up on Councilmember Ross's question. If we were to eliminate the curbside recycle and go to a voluntary, drop-off point for recyclables, what would that represent in terms? Can we keep the rate, then get rid of that $6? Or reduce it?
It would reduce it. I'd have to run the numbers. You still need the containers at the drop.
Right.
So you still have containers there depending on frequency. The big thing on drop off is you have to worry about is contamination, because now you're putting dumpsters that people are going to throw everything else out unless you manage it.
Yeah.
Or, for instance, I manage the Woodlands contract and they have a recycling drop off and they have a residential drop off. But what they only offer is twice a week. So on Wednesdays and Saturdays between a certain time window, that drop off is open. It's in a gated area. So whether it would be Public Works or wherever you might have it, those are areas that it's gated off and you don't have illegal dumping. So you might have to man it with a city employee to say, hey, we have X amount of roll-offs and people can drop it off. But the big thing is never to leave a recycling container, because even if you had a roll-off that's not even recycling, you're going to have illegal dumping.
Well, this, for me, it's an opportunity. And I know that probably our city manager, who likes to keep that military in him, we kind of maintain this control. I think it's an opportunity for our Keep Lamarck Beautiful or other volunteers who wish to go ahead and utilize this concept of a window. I entirely understand that, right? To say, look, you know, come in between the hours of so-and-so and you can drop off, or an afternoon, right? On Monday or a Friday, whatever the case may be, once a week in the afternoon, personalize it for the city. But I would like to perhaps, I'm trying to reduce the impact of any increase.
Well, here's another suggestion that I would say, besides taking away the recycling, the convenience part. When you take away recycling from someone's home, most of the residents are not going to put it in their car and bring it every week or every so often. And it's recycling to me is something of progression. Like, you're a city that cares about the environment.
Right.
It's a stewardship. It's sustainable. It's a feel good, right?
Yeah.
So when you take that away, your residents are like, okay, yes, you're giving me a drop off, but you're saying you're limiting me to certain days and certain times, and now I'm having to bring it. So what I would suggest, if you want to look at anything, and I know this may not, but your bulky pickup is weekly. So why don't look at every other week? You're still going to have the same volume, but maybe you look at reducing bulk to twice a month instead of weekly, instead of taking recycling away. Because you have it every other week. It would give you some to account for that increase. So it's not going to half your bulky rate, but it might take enough to say, well, we don't need to do an increase. We're just going to go down. We're still going to pick up the same quantity. It's just like the recycling. I said, you take it away, you shift it to somewhere else. The bulky, you take one service day a week away, you're still going to have it the next week. So that's just my suggestion. I would be.
That's good. That's what we're looking for.
I
right?
don't know any cities, and
Yeah.
this is across the board as a WM employee, that have taken recycling away from their residents. So that's just
think
my
that would-
2
yeah.
cents.
Let me ask you this. So do you have a number for us on how much bulky pickup costs our residents yearly?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I meant was an overall number, right? Let's say it costs our residents collectively, all of the folks in Lamarck that use bulky pickup.
Yep.
Let's say it costs us collectively $200,000 a year, right? Well, for us, that might open an option to have our own crew. For $200,000 a year, we can have 2 or 3 folks in a trailer riding around the city every day.
Yep.
For $200,000 or $300,000 a year. So how much would it be?
So based on the 449, the bulky waste, and the 6,987 homes, I'm coming up with 376,459. So that's just doing my quick math of taking that number times your house count times 12.
Yeah.
That's just a rough.
So it's safe to say that there may be, Ms. Turner, an opportunity for us to bring that in-house and save monies in case there is a possible rate increase. Right?
And then we would just pick up carts, strictly carts, recycle carts, garbage carts.
Without
nothing
objection,
outside the cart.
Council, I'd like to ask the administration to work those numbers for us so that we can have another tool to use as we move forward.
I don't have a problem with that, but hear
Thank
me
you.
when I say this. when I first moved here, there was a
Gotta
different
be-
company and they were piss poor. Now I will put that on the record, piss poor. Cause I had moved here from Lake City to Lamarck and I was not satisfied with the trash pickup. It was antiquated. And since you all, and apparently I wasn't on the council when you all did
Right.
this with waste management, but it was a very noticeable change. Recycling is something that is very important to me and my family. My husband is very adamant about that. I don't think that's something that we should do 2 days a week. I think it brings up best practices, why people move to certain areas when you're used to an area that has excellent service and then you move to another area. And I was very upset with the level of service that I received being a new resident in Lamarck the first 6 months when I moved here. And I did let people know I was not satisfied with the previous person when we were kind of doing the recycling or not doing it and whatever. So I remember those days. I, for one, do not want District A to go back to that. Especially when everyone's cutting their budget, we're doing less with more. I don't think that's a service that our team can adequately do. Because I remember that time when we were doing that, and that is an antiquated way.
Yeah,
It's not modern, it's not a best practice, it's not what's happening now when you look at, and I can say that my father was over the city of Austin Waste Management right before he passed, so I am well aware of how waste management or just pickup is supposed to work.
I don't think, Ms. Yancey, I'm listening to you, so I want to make sure that we're not in different places. I don't think that the council is having a conversation about taking over the recycling. I think what we're looking at is the bulk pickup is what they're saying, was what she's suggesting. These are bulk items
Right.
that, yeah. So
I
let's
like
be
the
clear.
change that we did with the bulk, because remember that was an issue. 'Cause remember we had tires everywhere and it was, I remember Joe, when we went on the Keep Lamar Beautiful, that was a major complaint. And that's why we asked the council about doing bulk pickup every week.
Yeah.
That's standard. You're gonna look like a country little town with piss poor services if we don't
Yeah.
continue a level of excellence. And that's what I'm looking for is
Yeah.
excellence.
Yeah.
Bulk pickup is, we have a lot of people that move here because it's affordable to move here. So you get a lot of kind of different people, but you have to have a standard. Especially when it comes, because we finally got the issue with tires. Remember that was the issue. Everybody was just throwing it. And we finally taught the residents, you can't do that. This is what you do with the tires. Keep Lamar Beautiful played a big part in that. Because before the Public Works, they would get mad at Public Works about the tires.
Right.
And I know District D, you still have some issues with the tires. I know in District A it was a huge issue, and we finally got that, a little bit under control. I just don't want to go backwards, Mayor. As you say, we want to go forward.
Right. So they do bulk pickup twice a week. The numbers that Ms. Lope, once a week, excuse me, I'm sorry. No, I'm confused. They do bulk pickup once a week. The numbers that I believe Ms. Turner has in her possession, Ms. Lopez has just shared with us, if they're accurate, the change would be for the council to possibly consider moving the bulk pickup in-house, use Public Works to do the bulk pickup, and it would be done on a daily basis to save monies. That would be the opportunity, one of the opportunities to help cut this cost. The other one was to do it monthly. I think that's what Ms. Yancey's talking about. You suggested perhaps go to monthly to save
Every
money.
other week.
Bi-week.
Every other week
Yeah,
to save money.
recycling.
Okay, I got you.
Or
So-
we could do monthly. I mean, I.
Monthly,
still could give
bi-weekly?
you 3 different options.
Right, so you have 3 and then we'll have 1 we're exploring and we'll find the best option, Ms. Yancey. I think what the point of what we're trying to say.
And I'm not suggesting getting rid of the recycling,
Right.
but my daughter and I possibly use it twice a year. And by your numbers, we're twice a year pickup, I'm paying $74.18 to have something that I use twice a year. And we had talked about going to a user-based system for a lot of our billing and such. And if I'm using it twice a year and paying the same amount as somebody that's using it every other week, that's not a user-based system. That is.
Right.
So those opportunities to help our residents save a dollar on their utility bill is an opportunity that I think we could look at.
Right, right. Understood. Any more questions for Ms. Lopez and Waste Management? Ms. Lopez, thank you. We are counting pennies, as you can see.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your time and, details. And look, if there's other options, just like, I've got
Yes.
marching orders, let me know. I'm agreeable to meet at any time and we can scrub numbers and come up with different scenarios. I'm here to help. So just let me
I
know.
would expect for you to be asked to return once the council gets into the decision-making process of this,
Perfect.
when we start piecing the puzzle together. Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Right.
for your
I
time.
want to say thank you. As long as we've known each other, you've always been very responsive to our many requests, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Except for the borough pickup. We're going to talk about that.
All right, it's 12:35. We have UB, Department 13. Is the Department 13 here? That's Kyle. All right, Department 13. We have UB, who Venetia is already with us. We can do UB, and then go to Department 13 if you like, and see how far we get.
Okay.
You ready,
Yes.
Venetia?
Yep.
Welcome. Do you have a presentation? Or is it just open for questions?
Open for questions. I just need money for my meters. That's all.
Would you share with us about what that looks like? Money for your meters. Talk to us about that.
So
What tab are we at? I'm sorry. But you can go ahead, Ms.
okay,
Henderson.
so speaking with Mr. Den, he projected about 150 to 200 new residential homes to be built from now to next year.
Mayor, tab 22 for everybody.
Tab 22, ladies and gentlemen.
So with those numbers, about 200 homes to be developed from now to next year, I'm projected to spend about where's that? Where's my team here? We have about 100,000 in meters. The new alley meters that I'm ordering projects it's about $450 per meter. And that's for the residential, the 3/4 inch. These
Well-
meters will allow me to be able to turn on or off from my office without having to even go out there to the home. These meters are picked up satellite through census. So we do have an accurate read unless, the meter was to get ran over or default wires or anything like that. So these meters are more expensive, but these are the meters that we have been setting in the new homes areas. Delaney, Ambrose, those new developments on that side of town.
Aren't those the meters that the new meters that we approved?
Yes,
Okay.
the alley meters. Yes, ma'am. Other than that, that's my big expense for my budget. And of course, the annual support fee for Aquametrics, that's our software we use.
Is that better for you?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell-
Yes.
Tell me about it. Tell us
Um,
about it.
Well, with Aquametrics, our census is, we have all of our counts that have the alley meters and our census meters. We're able to, the reads are automatically picked up, right? And then they'll also detect if someone goes over their usage, like a monitoring system alerts, like my billing analyst, she gets an alarm. So where if your average just goes over, then it's automatically set off and said, hey, this residence used over their certain amount.
So it's a preventative measure rather
Absolutely.
than waiting till the resident comes in screaming because their water bill went up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And we can set it at different measures if we want, we call aquametrics. Miss Irene, she's very great. She's our sales rep. She can go in and she can change to whether, you know, my average residence average is 4,000 gallons. And if they want the threshold, okay, we'll alarm you when it goes over 2,000, then we'll put that alarm set on the account, you know, things like that. I want to eventually have a customer portal, but we have a lot to clean up maintenance wise in this software. We have a lot of old meters that's in there that there's some meters we can't even find.
Hmm.
So that means we'll have to go retap and start from there. You know, this was years ago. Yes.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
If I understand this properly, right now, I could say to you, please notify me if my water usage goes to more than above 2,000 gallons, 2,000 gallons or above per month, correct?
Right. If your average is 2,000, if it goes to 4,000, then yeah, I can notify
So
you.
my
You'll get
average
an
is-
alarm set
my
for your
average is
account.
1,000. I want to notice that it goes up, if it goes up to 2,000.
If it's average 1 and goes up to 2,
Yes.
I can check on that, but I think it's
Probably not, because it's not much of a
Read that
difference,
right,
right, in
it's
the
not-
rate.
it has to be, I want to say a threshold of 3,000 or more, depending on what your average is. So if you use an average of 6,000 gallons, it'll notify me 9,000 gallons or more. If your average is 1, it'll notify me if you use 4,000 gallons or more.
Okay. No, well, let me take the next step then. And then we authorized using our ARPA funds to go ahead and include now this customer portal,
Yes.
individualization, correct?
Yes, that's what Venetia's working with Christine to bring back at the second meeting in August. That RFP.
But here's my question. You're saying that we've got a lot of groundwork to do before we can even do this portal. Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely. I don't want the customers going in able to look at some stuff and we haven't even worked on the inside first, because then they'll have questions and we're like, wait a minute, hold on. So we want to make sure everything's accurate before we're releasing this to the customer to be able
And
to
we
look at
have a
their
deadline,
consumption.
Mr. Garcia, of we've got to not only to we've already allocated this, approved this expenditure,
Mhm.
but as I remember the regs and the rules, we need to update, if we're going to amend that, we need to do that this year.
Yes, sir, we do. Any reallocations or any decisions that you'd like to make as a council differently must be reallocated or allocated in some way, shape, or form before the end of this calendar year.
The
calendar year. And then the next threshold is everything must be procured before the end of this calendar year. Staff knows we have set an internal deadline to get that done by November, so we have an extra month to spare. And then all funds must be expended before the end of 2026, calendar year 2026. So December 31st, 2026.
Okay. And just FYI, Mr. Manager, I kept saying that we were behind on that. And I just want to repeat, well, it is what it is, but I just want to say that. Now, having said that, I believe you, right? I'm suggesting we probably need to reallocate the monies that we were going to use for this, because it doesn't seem like we're able to utilize.
Let me jump in, Joe. Point of information, and I'll give it back to you.
Yes, sir.
I believe that council allocated these monies for this system from the rebate. Remember, we made a big deal about this water rebate. Remember that? Remember we came under the amount of monies that we paid for water. We came in underneath that, maybe $100 some odd $1,000. The council then, because I wanted to give it back to the people, which you know, not saying anything about that. But what I am saying is the council reallocated about 40 some odd $1,000 of the rebate to that particular part of the software. So that just recently happened. I know we started out in the ARPA funds, and that goes, Mayor Pro Tem, to my frustration with these accounts being, these assets being moved in and out of different accounts, and it confuses the council, right?
Yeah.
It just confused you
Yeah.
because you were still thinking it was an ARPA
ARPA,
when
yeah.
really it was pulled and put into this to be paid for by this rebate.
Okay.
So that's part of the frustration.
So we don't have, well, but the rebate has to be also spent by this term, right? By this fiscal year. Otherwise we lose it,
Mhm.
correct? It goes back to the general fund.
We can get Gus to answer that question.
Okay.
When he arrives. But I'm sorry, I wanted to point of
All right,
information.
no,
here.
no. Well, I don't need it now, Mr. City Manager, but it's just want some clarity here. But you did provide me, as I said, and all of us, this information, which I was not aware of, that I could say to you, please alert me if I'm using more than 4,000 gallons a month.
Absolutely.
And text me on that to let me know, right? How do you,
Not
what's the alert?
text.
What is the alert?
I can send a door hanger. I can call you. I can email you. But because normally we do send out door hangers. When my billing analyst catches those alarms, we'll send a door hanger. A lot of times, right now, I believe the threshold is 10,000 gallons. So if it's 10,000 gallons or more, and then we also go into the account and you can tell if someone has a leak. You can tell if someone just left the hose on and, they caught it and it's no longer a lot of water usage, but
Yeah, but is it happening on the same day? Or you catch it the following day and the hose is still going?
no,
I've been
what happens is
stupid like that.
we get daily alerts. We do. It comes to our email. It's consumption reports. Absolutely.
Hmm.
Like we just have one. Well, I can't.
Well,
I don't want
I'd
to say
like
never
to,
mind.
I'll talk privately so I can understand that.
Okay.
Councilman Blau.
So if we, if we're capable of doing that, why don't we, if we know what the Mr. City Manager, if we know what the average is per home to prevent us from taking tongue lashings, we can, if we know they're using 4,000, maybe set it at 5,000 and get in front of it because, I've been one of the people that have experienced a astronomical water bill. And, I just think that if we have the system, utilize it.
Can you set it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So your
Yeah.
conversation with Mayor Pro Tem, where you said if you normally use 1,000, if it reached 4,000 gallons, we would send you an alert. Can you manipulate that? And can you say, instead of it waiting until you reach 3,000 gallons overage, maybe set it to where it alerts us when you reach 1,500 gallons of overage?
Like a
Is
little
that a
bit- I
number that
can-
you can set?
I can ask Irene.
Okay.
I can see, yeah, to know for sure what that number, that threshold could be for each resident.
Right.
Absolutely.
Were you done, Councilman?
Yeah, I just think that we should be utilizing it, or if we know, a 4,000
Right.
or 4,000 square foot house with a pool goes through this much, I think it would just save a lot of hassle for you guys, especially because, dealing with an irate customer over a water bill or something. I
Yeah,
just try to get in front of it is my whole point.
absolutely.
Ms. Henderson, thank you for I like in your accomplishments, you said that your department trained and supervised a team of 5. That goes unnoticed a lot, especially when you're dealing with parts of city service that people don't always associate with higher levels of training and technical understanding, police, fire, wastewater treatment type folks. It's important that people that are on the front lines of customer service, that they're trained as well, that they're skilled as well. There's a lot of technology that they have to understand, as well as we all probably believe extensive customer service training. So thank you for mentioning that in your presentation. Just a couple of areas of clarification. for my own personal understanding. Envelope mailing, went from 90,000 to 60,000.
Right.
Is that as we move, more towards a digital communication?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is that something that is being, uh, promoted by our organization? Is it something that is being rushed by our organization, or is this a natural trend that is happening as a result of people moving more toward a technological way of life? In other words, I don't want us saying to our seniors, we really don't want you to have paper billing. You really should. I want it to be something that happens natural, right?
Absolutely. And I try to tell, well, I do, explain to my staff to encourage our residents to sign up for paperless billing, right? Unfortunately, a lot of them don't want to do it. They have issues with mail. They have issues with receiving bills.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to kind of fighting with that as well, because some want to receive both mail and electronically. Because they might not get it in the mail. So
So you wouldn't say that in our eagerness to become more digitized, that we are sternly persuading our seniors, because that would not be
I don't want
something
no.
that this council would want to represent.
Right. I don't want to give senior citizens no. There's a lot that don't even have an email address
Okay.
in there.
Okay,
So
all
it's
right.
kind of
Let's let them take it as slow as they need to take
I
it.
don't want to
Right.
throw stuff at them, and then especially with rate increases. So no.
Very good. Professional fees. I caught that last one. Professional fees. What are professional fees in utility billing?
It's Data Pros, which will be who mails our bills for us. They're a third party who actually, the only thing my billing analyst does, she'll create the bill and she'll send a file to Data
Okay.
Pros. And that's for my
They do
professional
our
fees.
billings.
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, you said something to the effect that you needed meters at 150, at least 150, more like 200 new homes being built in our community, projected to being
Projected
built.
150 to 200
Okay.
from what Den said, yeah.
$450 a meter. Is that in your 70-40 line, 5-year life assets?
5 or 10 year, was it 5? I think 5.
It says,
5-year.
yeah, 5-year.
5 year.
And so it says $271,000 in that line item. Is that for those new meters?
Yes. And that's for any the radios that go with the meters,
Meters, okay.
wires, any maintenance that will come out of it.
Would that also be other meters, just everyday wear and tear, meters break all the time?
Then we have our big meters. Our
Say
1
that
inch.
to me again.
Our big meters are 8 inch or 1 inch.
Would
Those are
that, so
costly.
those are in here as well?
Absolutely.
So what about the average everyday meter of, let's say, there's a water meter break at a residential area and it needs to be replaced?
Mhm.
With those, where are those meters coming from? What line item are the
It'll be the
replacement?
same line item.
Same
That's
line,
where all
okay.
my meters come
Okay.
from.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
And
Thank you.
Venetia, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Originally it was 309,000. And there was some budget, corrections that had to go in there. Should it still be at 309,190? Or can you actually make the purchases at 271,000?
Yeah, I can make those purchases.
Okay,
Probably even, yeah. I just left room to,
I understand.
rather more than less.
Okay.
Very good. Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
I didn't know paperless. When you say paperless, are you saying also electronic funds transfer that has to be added to the paperless?
What do you
To-
mean?
To pay, if I just want an electronic bill,
Right.
does that mean that I'm also required to provide you a bank account to pay the bill?
No, electronic
can-
bill is the way to get the bill.
I can print off the bill then, like I get my credit card statements,
Right.
electronic, and then go ahead and pay from there.
Right. So if you You're asking if you pay using a credit card or a bank draft?
No,
How
no,
would-
no, this is something new,
Electronic billing.
The billing.
Can he
billing.
print that off at his computer, bring it to the city and pay like it was, like he
Yeah,
got
if
the
you go
bill mailed
online and log into your account and view bill, you can print it out and bring it.
and bring it just like it would be a bill?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, you
So
can
what-
print out
what
your own
is- I
bill.
can do that right now, but what's the electronic billing? What is that? Is it a notice that you have a water bill?
It's your bill sent to you electronically.
It's the actual bill.
You can
set.
log in now
I
and
can do
find
that.
out. What she's
Yeah.
saying is
When I
electronic
can't
billing
find my
is,
bill, I do that, right?
so what she's saying
But
is
you can have
electronic
us
billing
send
is
to
where
you.
it comes to
Yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah.
right?
Yeah, directly to you, right?
Yeah, so I didn't know that was just the option, and you can sign me up for that at later or whatever I need to do. Okay.
I can
don't-
push the button. You want me to sign you, just have an
Yeah.
electronic bill
But now,
sent to you?
to understand, if I understand this properly,
Mhm.
with that data company, you said, I'll no longer receive, since I'm no longer getting mail from the city for the water bill,
Mhm.
I will no longer get little notices that you put in there about Bayou Fest or
Yeah,
some special event or something like that.
you will.
I will still, it'll still mail
Electronically, if you
electronic-
choose. to get-
electronically. All right, very
Yes,
good, very good. Now, everything that I would have gotten by mail, I'll get electronically.
Absolutely.
All right, okay, then, paperless billing. And, same question, Ms. Turner, if you could help me out. What would be the arrearages, I guess by number of years would be helpful, because I think council does need to take a look at this. If there's an arrearage that's been in existence for 50 years, I heard some of them have been around for a long while, what's the age of the account? No, a commercial, but
All the
just in
accounts.
general. Yeah,
All
the
the accounts.
residential.
2005.
2005, what is that?
Well, that's how far it goes back to the balances that are on the accounts.
Oh, to 2005,
Yes, from our
Okay.
software, yeah,
2005.
which I don't.
Isn't there, that's a Gus question. He can research it easier than I can. But I'm just wondering about the statute of limitations on a bill like that. Make a note, statute. of
Venetia,
limitations.
can you also let them know the successes we've had with some of the collections?
Well, my team, myself and my team, we have collected a substantial amount of past due,
Really?
yes,
Oh,
balances on some accounts.
Yes, indeed.
By disconnecting water that needs to be off because they haven't paid. So, disconnection of water when you haven't paid is very important. It teaches, the residents, you need water, you have to pay for water.
Right.
Everyone has an obligation. You have to hold these residents accountable. Everyone has a bill to pay. If I don't pay my bill, my water gets off. So, why I can't treat
do
everyone
notice
different.
That you share in at the teller's desk there, the resources out there in our community if you need assistance.
Absolutely. We
I-
give
I-
resources.
I
We,
do see that they're visible, and that's an
Absolutely.
improvement. Thanks. And then I guess one other question I had for you was there were two things. Council, this is just a council issue we look at. I think our senior discount is only $1 or $2 or something. What's our-
$1.65, it's $1 off sewer and 65 cents off trash. And I do agree, it needs to be
Oh,
increased.
all right, that's something that is on my list. How can we make adjustments on that to improve that?
Yes.
That's almost like nothing, right?
For veterans too, if possible.
Or veterans or the disabled, actually disabled,
Yes, sir.
that whole category there.
And also, to also look into how would we determine, you know what I mean? Like,
Usually, from my experience on those things, from some other groups, I like to have an application, an affirmation that you're testing, this is all true and accurate, right? Not
yes,
just accept the word, but there's statement that you're confirming that you're disabled, you're confirming that you're over 65, that sort of thing, and have an idea or something. That's that one. And then the other one along those lines is the security deposit. Is it security deposit
Yes,
that we ask?
yes.
Ours, you said, I think, was $75.
75 for homeowners
Yeah,
and
70
150 for renters.
for renters is
Yes,
150.
150.
We get our challenges with payment of the water bill. Is that more among renters or homeowners? Do you know, if you know?
Renters.
It's more
Yeah.
among the renters. Okay.
Mhm.
I saw that in some other cities, by the way. I was looking at that issue. That's another item that I would ask the council to consider. Perhaps let's amend that to probably increase that, the security deposit to 100 for a homeowner and actually 200 for renters is my thought on that. Hitchcock, by the way, for all residential water connections, their security deposit is $250.
Wow.
I'm just noticing that on their side.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Gus is online and he had an answer for your question.
Okay,
about the
that's
statute of
fine.
limitations.
Morning, Gus.
Morning, afternoon, how are y'all?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good.
Did you have an answer for Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, on the statute of limitations issue, generally, so Chapter 16 of the Civil Practice and Remedies Code provides that generally the 1, 2, and 4-year statutes of limitation do not apply to political subdivisions of the state, including municipalities. So given the city of Lamarck, this is a claim it would have or has, though that statute of limitations generally does not apply. Now, what I would say and follow up on that is I believe Marque Chevalier, the last time or one of the last times he was before the council, mentioned, if the city wanted to look at the age of those account or those past due accounts that presumably are closed, and potentially get with their auditors and financial people and try to write off that, for lack of a better term, bad debt. That's something the city could look at. So.
Have we sent any of these, by the way?
No, not yet. I'm
We
still
haven't,
working on
no.
that. Right. And just to be clear, council suggest not to send letters out to senior citizens or disabled?
I think so, yeah, that's true.
Okay. Well, I have no way to determine the disabled veterans or only
Mm.
senior citizens.
I
So,
guess you would structure your letter, say something to that extent that, I don't know, probably Gus and have some feedback
Okay.
on that too.
So I'm gonna give you some insight on your disabled veteran stuff that you have questions on. Driver's license, if they're a veteran, should say veteran on it, down at the bottom and tell you the branch. They will have a service-connected VA card, more than likely if they've been rated by the VA for disability. Every January, they'll get a letter from the VA stating the level of disability that they are rated at. Those are
Right.
guarantee every disabled veteran has that has been rated by the VA.
Okay.
So. all
So
you
that will
have
be
to-
on the driver license is what you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Good stuff.
Right there at the bottom. If you look, it says veteran Navy.
So you cannot be, but it doesn't say whether or not you're disabled.
No,
Okay, okay.
but they will have
Thank you. Thank you.
Department of Veteran Affairs because they're going to the VA hospital and it says service connected.
Okay.
And then every January, I get a letter from the VA and they can go on to their VA website and print that letter out and it will tell you the level of disability that they have. State of Texas, 30% or greater pretty much is when all your benefits for disability for state level disability start.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councilman.
Mhm.
Any more questions for the utility billing?
think, if we do a larger discount for seniors, is there a way to check to see if grandma all of a sudden gets 92 more accounts through the city, or is there, I mean, just,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
One time discount, one per name, one per account.
One per account.
Yeah.
Right.
I did have a question, I'm sorry. Your new meters
Yes.
that are going into new houses,
Mhm.
don't we charge the developer and their fees for permitting and everything for the new meters?
Impact.
Impact, that I'll have to find out.
Because I thought that's what we were told last year, that when there's a new development going in or a house is being built, that we charge them, and that was part of the revenue side.
We charge a set meter fee, starting at 3/4 inch to whatever size.
That they want. And I
Yeah.
thought that was a part of with the development.
The impact fee?
How much is that fee to set the meter?
So 3/4 inch is $731. And that's just for residential. So it grows after
It
that.
grows after that.
Mhm.
Does that include the price of the meter?
Yeah, that's the set meter, and that doesn't,
So that includes the price of the meter and the install?
right,
Okay.
right.
Not to be confused with an existing home. That's just a new construction,
Right.
Correct,
new construction.
correct. New development.
And Rick might know more about this, but on a new construction, the new homeowner is not receiving a separate bill for that. That's all, that's paid for by the developer, as I understand. No, it's not, Rick?
Microphone, please, sir, so that the folks following along at home can hear your answer.
The meter tap fee, the tap is done by the developer during construction of the subdivision.
Yes.
But the meter tap fee is charged at the time the building permit is pulled. So it's paid by the homeowner or the builder of the home.
Oh,
Whatever
by the
building-
builder.
Builder,
that's-
which is charging the
Yeah,
the person
eventually
buying
goes
the
back
home.
to the purchase price.
Right. It's
Yeah,
a
it's all
purchase-
included, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Is that part of your
That's
impact
right.
fee?
Pardon me, sir?
Is that part of your impact fee?
No, the impact fee is a separate charge. So
That's what we're trying to
when
get
you come
at.
in to get a building
Thank you.
permit, there's an impact fee that's charged for the impact for water and sewer for connecting to the system. And then there's a water tap fee, a connection, water meter fee, and a sewer connection fee.
Passed on to the buyer of the home by the
Most
seller
likely
or the
it's
developer?
passed on to the buyer of the home. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And again, how much was the meter that you called it 3/4 meter?
$731.
That's for the tap, or that's for the actual
Just for the
cost of the
meter.
meter? What's the cost?
The cost of the meter is $441.
So it's paid for.
And that's in addition to that would be any wires, the radio, whatever else comes with it, plus the actual labor to install.
The meter box is installed by the contractor, by the home builder. We basically go out and set the meter.
We just set it, right.
Any more questions, council? Thank you, Ms. Henderson.
Thank you.
Thank you for your assist, Rick, on this one. Council, we are at 1:07. Madam Clerk, lunch is here. We can make Kyle eat lunch.
Sweat it out for.
Make him sweat it out and reconvene in an hour, council, if that's agreeable.
That's fine.
Be mindful that the last portion of our day, we have several departments. If we spend 30 minutes apiece on them, we may be able to get close to the end of this day as envisioned by Ms. Nance. So let's keep in mind time restraints for our PM session. We will break for lunch and return at 10 minutes after 2. Welcome. We are back, August the 12th Budget Workshop. It is 19 minutes after 2, and we are moving into Department 13. And that is Mr. Kyle Hunter. Mr. Hunter, are you ready? Absolutely. Take
Mayor, that is tab 19.
tab 19, Council. All right, Mr. Hunter, welcome.
Hello, hello. See, did I bring all my papers? Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kyle.
I had put down for y'all a copy of the presentation, so you would have that information if you need it. We'll show it on the TV as well. And I updated org chart so that everybody understood how everything fell. I did want to bring to everybody's attention that I do have an administrative assistant. I showed on the org chart. That will be something that's going to be new in the final budget book because it was a budget amendment when we moved a position from the shop over to my department and turned it into an admin assistant to help with all the paperwork for the shop and facilities and IT and OEM. So
Do you have a person right now?
They start in about a week or so.
Okay.
Yeah, we were in the middle of interviewing when we got hit by a barrel, and as y'all know, I got swamped. So that had to get put on pause until I had time to step out of doing OEM stuff and finish up some interviews.
Gotcha.
So I'll go through this presentation real quick, just to kind of update y'all. Department 13. On the books is our IT department and facilities, which under the org chart, you'll see information technology. We have an assistant system administrator, an IT tech 1 position, and a facility maintenance guy. And then obviously the admin assistant would be added, and myself. So the things that I cover, as I show on the slide, the IT department, which is Department 13, facilities, which also covers janitorial services, and emergency management. I'm currently the emergency management coordinator, so we'll briefly touch on that. That is Department 16. And then the service center, shop, and fleet that I've been put over, which is Department 10. So 13, 16, and 10. As you can see on the slide, I just briefly described some of the department responsibilities. Basically, we are in charge of anything that is technology. We're supposed to be security admins on all software and know enough about all the software that we use so that we can support it or help audit it for any state requirements, things like that. We also handle all the janitorial services, the contracts. We ensure that certain things are getting cleaned. We communicate and sit down and meet with the janitorial company. And we also help order the janitorial supplies for the facilities that the company uses. We also coordinate ordering of new vehicles and making sure that the vehicles are added to our insurance. And then when there is a claim due to a wrecked vehicle or a damaged vehicle, we oversee making sure that coordinating that claim with TML, who's our insurance provider, to figure out what is our best action. At the service center, the shop, they work on a lot of the large equipment, all the way to the small equipment. So pumps, gradals, police vehicles. The only thing that they don't usually mess with is anything that is covered under our enterprise fleet maintenance program, which are vehicles that are currently on a lease. And if it's something that is covered under some type of a warranty through the manufacturer. I'm going to jump into IT real quick. Our responsibility as IT is to make sure that all the data is secured, that we meet all the state requirements, that everybody has access to the data that is supposed to have access to it, that we have backups to our backups. We also assist with the city website and posting online when needed, and create long-term goals for our technology, as we know technology is changing. As I mentioned, we deal with there's a lot of state mandates that is put onto IT, especially after the last 3 or 4 years, the cybersecurity stuff that has certain requirements and frameworks that we have to abide by, and make sure that our staff is following and or training is done, and report that to the state. Let's see. Our IT stats, just so that y'all know, constantly grows as we get more employees, or we do and move more things into digital. As of right now, this year, we have done 2,500 help desks. We have over 219 people using our email system, and we have about 2,000 different software applications that we maintain, update, monitor, and help support. We have about 12 storage servers. And like I said, I just threw some stats in here to let y'all kind of know that this is what our IT department basically supports on a daily and make sure it's running. This is basically, you can say, the digital infrastructure of the city. We have about 700 devices that we support, and that's between desktops, laptops, cell phones, network devices, office phones, which we have about 165 devices that are mobile cell phones, or some type of mobile device, like the mobile access points that read the wireless meters at certain well sites. Facility maintenance is constantly growing and changing. We have done about 180 maintenance tickets this year. We've also done, y'all have seen some of the changes we've made structurally, trying to fix, repair, or grow the city inside our current, our current sandbox, and inside of our current building and facilities layout to help improve or make the workflow a little bit easier for staff. One thing I did want to talk about, I know was a hot topic last year, was the service center. And as you can see from the picture on the TV or in your slides, in 2023, this is what the service center looked at by last budget, I believe. And we talked about trying to get it cleaned up and how big of an eyesore it was. On the next slide, this is what it's currently looking like. Since I took it over, we did major renovations out there as far as the grounds, not the buildings, but the grounds, of cleaning it up, getting it mowed, and fixing some of the drainage. We always had our shop flooding over the years. And when we cleaned it all up and let some of our crew work on the drainage, which was in their field house to do. We now don't have flooding in the shop. Had it there for about 10 years, and now we alleviated it by cleaning up our house and getting the water and all the drains around our building to actually work.
Yeah.
So that's been a great improvement, and there's going to be several more improvements that we make out there as far as getting it cleaned up and structured and organized. Emergency management. As you know, emergency management covers a broad spectrum of anything that can be an emergency. We also cover now, one of the new things that's always been discussed is cyber attacks. That's why the state has integrated cybersecurity and everything into emergency management as well, as far as being NIMS compliant and having certain reporting certain things to the state, so that if a city falls victim to an emergency, to a cyber threat, some of that can be assisted by FEMA. As you know, we just went through Beryl. I showed some brief pictures of that just to give y'all an update of where we are there, or what we had seen so far, early part of July. Included the current forecast for the season. You know, and some of this is informational just so that y'all understand that, you know, emergency management is short-staffed. If you go and pull some of the other cities, and I understand some of those cities have bigger budgets and things like that, but emergency management is currently being fulfilled by myself as an extra role. So I'm the emergency management coordinator, and I have David Merriman, our fire chief, who is our deputy emergency management coordinator, and then of course our mayor, who's the emergency management director. You'll see that some of the asks and packages that had to be cut due to budget shortfalls has been, we'll go over those when we get there. That'd be better. This was a neat little graph that I found. Once again, I put it in the slides to show on TV to help people understand. I put in your packets to go back and look at if you wanted to estimate it to actual and how that fell throughout the years. And that should be it for my slides. As far as starting back to Department 13, our IT department, the increases in my line items I've listed out. I've been here a long time. I'm used to doing line by line. So as you can see, a lot of it is due to software. Once again, cybersecurity is a big part of the game nowadays. And as we add staff and as we add employees, we have to increase our number of licenses and stuff like that we have with certain security software vendors, which entail increase the price. So, you know, when we started this, I want to say a year and a half ago, I want to say we were around 100 to 112 employees. I think we're looking at like 180, 190 now. And like I said, our email accounts is sitting at 219, and some of those are contractors and things like that, but we have to take that into account according to the cybersecurity rules from the state as part of our protection. So that is the main increase on that, along with I talked to Ms. Christine about the salary line items. Some of that, once again, will change because what's not reflected, I don't believe what's reflected was the movement of the position from Department 10, which is our shop, to Department 13 to be an admin, to help me cover all the paperwork for all the departments that were over, that we did during the budget amendment that was brought to council. As far as Department 13 goes, do y'all have any questions on IT related things or budget?
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, You said you do equipment, you equipment maintenance and stuff like that. Are you responsible for like, because one of the questions that the community's had is what happened to some of our grade alls? And my understanding, we got rid of a couple of them.
So that would be in our shop, but yes, to answer your question, we do maintenance the grade alls. We have two.
We have two, okay.
Yeah.
So you maintain the fleet, and is that divided? So the fire department does their own fleet? PD does their own fleet, or you?
So all the departments have let's say a fleet liaison that communicates their fleet needs to their department director or to myself. In one form or fashion, it gets back to myself, in which I sit down and have that discussion with Mr. Garcia and Ms. Turner to go over needs versus wants and practical versus what they want. And then we get with our vendor to see what pricing there is and what to expect if we wanted to go that way.
And then the other thing was cameras. You're over 15 cameras. Was that, now I know we had in the past some cameras that went on, some elected officials got some cameras. Are those monitored by the city or by themselves?
They're not monitored by the city.
Okay. And where does that money come from?
So when we had that discussion with the council members, it was coming out of their council money.
Council money.
How many council members? Is it just one council member?
To my knowledge,
Take
yes.
advantage of that program? Okay.
So anything IT wise, before we switch department.
We are in IT.
Yes,
You
we're in
want
IT
first?
Department 13.
So IT, is that the web development?
So we assist in, it used to be. We do pay for the software. We do pay for the website out of our budget. In conjunction of hiring Mr. Pritchett as a PR guy or coordinating it when Colleen was here. PR or communications has a very a good understanding of what the city needs to look like when it comes to web development. We're IT guys are very much a copy and paste, right? You give me a document, I'll copy it, I'll post it. You want me to make it look pretty? That's not me. That's the graphics guy. That makes sense?
Right.
So when you say web development, I help with the technology and understanding the technology or making the technology work. But as far as what you see when you go to the page, how the landing is, how the menus are structured, that is mostly the communications PR department.
Okay. And I'm looking at our website.
Mhm.
But you are listed under emergency management, right?
That is
Here.
correct.
Hurricane Borough. But there's and well, as I look at these, my only comment is that it's
Thank you.
it lacks pizzazz. I guess that's the only word I can come up with. It's not something that I'm drawn to it, right?
Correct.
It's all very dry, and I'm sure there's a lot of things you're doing according to this, right? But I guess fundamentally it comes down to the question is, how can I help a resident? And that's what I'm looking always, what's the draw? I have maybe a frequently asked questions page might be helpful.
So from my understanding, we do have an FAQ frequently asked questions section on some of the pages that have had a lot of questions come up where
Yeah.
citizens have, we've taken a lot of those questions and put them in there. Once again, and the pizzazz, I understand that could be missing. This is something I believe the PR or communications department is helping touch up and update. Because, you know, if that's the only complaint, then as a website engineer, I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
The graphics might not be, but you know, programming it, okay.
And what I'm just wondering overall, and I don't see it here, but if I asked you today, Kyle, what are apart from when there's a declaration or we have an emergency, what major activities or events are you involved in? Your department?
So for emergency management,
No, in any.
For IT,
Well, you've got
I
all
know, I
these
got a
areas.
few. So,
Yeah.
so usually, as facility falls under IT, my team assists on, setting up or, breaking down, carrying equipment to events that we have. We've been to the Juneteenth gala. We've, you know, when AC was messed up at that hall, we went, got an AC, brought it out there. Carrying everything out there to set up for the ladies and gentlemen to, you know, decorate with. So we assist with that. For emergency management standpoints, a lot of large scale events, which has mainly only been in the past Bayou Fest. We put under a ICS command, which is part of emergency management. From the standpoint, it was a discussion we had with the police department and the DA's office years ago of how to secure or to do security at a public park during a public event. So by putting it under emergency management, that created an owner of that event, a security officer of that event, that could tell an officer, please ask this gentleman that if he doesn't calm down, we can remove him, things like that. That is one of the major events, I guess you can say, that has been Bayou Fest. Department 10, our shop, they operate some of the large equipment like the gradalls and the tractors and stuff like that. So during our supply distribution that we did for emergency management not too long ago, they were the ones operating the gradall with the forks on it to get the pallets out of the truck and putting them where we could unpackage them and then hand those supplies out to citizens. So you can say that we help support staff as much as we can.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Kyle,
Yes.
several things. Let's since you mentioned the gradall, let's start there. We have 2 gradalls, correct?
Correct.
At the time of the council made the decision to purchase the newest gradall.
Correct.
My recollection was that the older gradall, which apparently has been brought back to life, the council was being told that gradall would not be able to be repaired, that gradall had to be discontinued. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give us a little, so what happened? We were told it was, you know, pretty much dead. We needed a new one. And then at some point, somehow it came back to life. And Amanda's here, so whoever wants to share that story, because that is a big question, right, in our community. Yes, sir.
Was there 3 of them or 2?
Yeah. Let's, so were there, at some point, were there 3 gradalls? Were there 2? Help fill in for our
Yes,
community what.
So we had 2 older units.
Okay.
We had a larger gray unit and a smaller gray unit, and then we purchased the newer unit a couple of years ago. The I guess you would call mid-size unit is the one that we were relying on the most back then. It was in and out of the shop. We could not keep it running. Still to this day, it's in and out of the shop.
Okay,
So we put her in the shop, we put a little bit of money in her, we get her back out in the field, she runs for a little bit and she breaks back down.
okay. So
But
we
Not
have,
sure if she's being utilized that.
we
that
have 3 or
often.
2.
We have 2 currently.
Okay, so so at one point we had a larger one and a smaller one, and they were both old.
Yes, sir.
What happened to the one that is no longer here?
It was decommissioned. From my understanding, it broke down and could not be repaired. So that's why we were utilizing the mid-size one more. So we got down to 1. And then it was breaking down a lot and going in and out of the shop. So when certain things were needing to get done, Great All's in the shop. At that point, I believe the Public Works Director at the time came forward and asked for a new one, in which council funded, and we purchased a new one. So now we're back up to 2. We have a mid-sized one that's older, that's in and out sometimes, and then the
The
new
newer one is the larger one?
Yes.
So now that makes sense. So for all of our residents to hear, we had already worked with 2 Great Alls. So we already had 2. One of them died, and we were working with one that was in and out, and we added another one to bring us back up to 2.
Yes, sir.
So this is not a situation where we only needed 1 and somehow we ended up with 3. We always work with 2, lost 1, added 1, still 2.
Yeah.
Okay. And are they currently being utilized now? And then we'll get Councilmember Lowry back in.
Yes, sir. They
Both
are.
of them are being utilized now?
No, just one for the stormwater program that I'm aware of.
Okay, Councilmember.
So where's the 3rd grade all?
It was broken down and it was actually in the back. It was in one of the pictures. It was in the back with the tree growing through it.
So it's still here, it's just not.
No, we got rid of it during the cleanup.
So it got scratched.
Scrapped.
We did not, we were unable to auction it off
Correct.
due to nobody's fault. We're just trying to be fair, due to lack of maintenance of it. Okay, and again, nobody's fault. We just want to try to provide as much accurate of a picture as we possibly can. Somehow couldn't resell it, so we scrapped it, basically. Okay.
And then with the 2nd grade all that's been in and out of the shop, is it our shop that's fixing it, or are we outsourcing this, or?
So our shop fixes what they can, if it's a pump, if it's a hose, things like that. We also have, I believe, contract with the contractor, with the company that works on them,
Mhm.
that comes down. And, when it's more major things, and then tells you what it is, what needs to be replaced, goes back, orders the part, comes back, puts it in, things like that.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. One more thing,
Yes, sir.
kind of back, I guess would probably be under the IT. We have 40 additional cameras coming in that we got through a grant. Those cameras, is that going to be?
No, so those cameras, I believe you're talking about the
Flock.
Yeah, flock cameras. Those are a self-contained system that's strictly for PD.
So they're going to be the ones that are going to be maintaining and.
Checking them, yeah. I think the company maintains them
Okay.
and makes sure that they stay connected.
And so there's going to be a fee from that company.
It's a lease.
It's a lease. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Kyle, going back to IT, and this is just, again, rapid fire.
Yep.
Don't have to spend a lot of time. Dues, subscriptions, and books. This year, you estimate that you've spent nothing. Did you not go to class? Did you not train? Do you not have any?
Due subscriptions and books, I believe some of that would be in like our Sam's account, which would get charged to each individual account. So these items, I'll have to go back and see, but yes, we did spend some money out of this item.
Okay.
A lot of the renewal, just for council's knowledge, across the border is usually done towards the end of at the end of the year, meaning you'll see it more in the September timeframe.
Sure. So what I want to say, which has nothing to do with you, but which continues to highlight the idea of this heightened scrutiny of our budgets here in recent years. clearly I know, and many people at home would probably understand that you did spend some money out of that line item. That's IT. So clearly you have subscriptions and dues and things of that nature. So when we see zero, which has nothing to do with you, right? That heightens our interest. And so that these are things that as we go along in this process, I want to point out so that I don't get so frustrated with the administration. I just want to point them out.
No
This
problem.
is why we're trying to get some real numbers. Also, the other question I had for you, Kyle, was line 7040, 5-year assets.
Mm-hmm.
The budget in 24 was 16,800. What was that? What equipment was
I
that?
believe that was two trucks, one for facility maintenance and one for an IT
Did
tech.
we
Because we added those positions, so we added equipment to them.
did we acquire those?
Yes.
So there again, nothing to do with Kyle. Kyle, you're one of my favorite people here. I think that because we've been here so long together. But there again, as we teach the community why we are being extra critical, says 2024 says a budget of $16,800, but then when you look at the estimate for 24, it says zero. And y'all are driving around in those cars, correct?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Please help us.
To that case, maybe it was coded incorrectly, because actually in STW is zero. So that'll have to be something I look into.
So, and I'll take up for that a little bit. So if you remember correctly, how Ms. Koo used to do it is because council wanted to see what a budgeted number was, what it was costing to operate a department. Some of those charges are in those departments' budgets, and then she would move the money to the account where she charges the item to. Because it's part of the enterprise lease, we have a fund under 99 for all the vehicles. That way, the departments don't spend that money when it's already accounted for in a lease contract. Does that make sense? So I think some of that is because of changing of the guard.
Right.
And me and Christine have had this discussion, especially when it comes to things that are in 99 or things that are in individual budgets like this, which is my truck, being moved to that line item. And that's why, 99 is missing that money out of it.
Right. So I would say again, this has nothing to do with Ms. Turner and her work here and moving our finance department into a very, very positive direction. What I will say is if we are to, as an organization, if we were ever able to get these books into the hands of our department heads a week prior to getting them into the hands of council, then Ms. Turner would have the time, which I don't think that she had the time, right? She would have the time to go line item by line item with Kyle, for example, to reconcile some of these little questions, right? So that when it got to our hands, a lot of that would already be corrected. And I don't think that you had the time to do that. So I think that the council will take all of that into consideration. And as we learn this together. So I just wanted to ask you about those things and then use both of those items as teachable moments as to what councils expect and as to why there's so many questions around some of these line items. And yes, ma'am.
And Mayor, that's actually what I'm accustomed to in a budget process. By the time it gets to council, it's already scrubbed and cleaned because you meet with the department heads, and that's what I want to do next budget season.
Right.
Just filter in some time, meet with each department head, we go line by line. And then by the time we come to you guys, then it's just discussion.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
So
20 years of doing this. So you can imagine I'm a little frustrated when that
Okay.
doesn't happen, right? Right. But we have to teach the people what we expect. Again, we're learning this together. No harm, no foul. We'll figure it out. Any more questions, Kyle? Council, do we have any more questions for Kyle? Kyle, who made your name Kyle? Council, do we have any
My
more
mother and
questions?
father, I'm assuming, I'm hoping.
Mayor Pro Tem.
If Ms. Turner, follow up. We're not going to be working with this software next, when? I guess that's my bigger question. When is the transition gonna happen?
Okay, actually this past few days, I've been kind of looking at the RFP again.
Yeah.
It has gone to GrantWorks. GrantWorks has vetted it. It's come back with some updates I need to make on it. By that time, hopefully by next council meeting, it'll be on the agenda.
All right, for. So
For
say,
the
so
software.
for implementation by the end of the month, I mean, end of the year, by the new fiscal year.
I'll let you know. So some of the software companies that we met with for finance software gave us a timeline of like 18 months
For full implementation?
for a full implementation.
Oh, my God.
Because, and once again, because we have been looking for different softwares over the past, even before Ms. Turner got here.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
So is that to say we're gonna be stuck
Well,
with this?
I wanted to launch, hopefully, I would love my goal to be October, November-ish. To launch, meaning for them to, we procure someone, they come, they analyze our our infrastructure, whatever, to start the process. And Kyle, well, I can't say that company, but
It just
When
depends
you-
on what software
yes.
company we go with and what options we're pulling out of the system and moving to the new software. Because the software that we're using currently is a little outdated. I've been here as long before I was here. And some features will be going away in their succession of being purchased,
Mhm.
but we might not move everything at once. She might just move finance in the get-go and then payroll.
Right.
And then the budget stuff would follow those departments.
Right.
Because the software we use right now also encumbers utility billing and stuff like that.
After 2 years, we realize we cannot trust the software regardless. So it shouldn't be an issue next year because we know after 2 years, the third year, we cannot trust the software.
Yeah,
So-
I got what you're saying. Yeah. Don't rely so much in the process on the software.
Well, this is just a personal request and we can do it one-on-one if you wish, whatever's easier. But when you're at a comfortable point where you've made a decision, I would like a moment to get some sort of presentation of the software before we have a hard book and suddenly, I want to understand the software when you've made that decision.
One thing that we've done is every software company has talked to I had them talk to every department head. Because I wanted every department head to analyze that particular software and see if it would be useful. Some of them came back with some of the vendors and said, that's a no, a hard no. There were others that we have that like it, you know what I'm saying? So, to sum it up, the department heads, they've all vetted every software that has been presented in front of them. And it's been about what, 3 maybe, Kyle?
Yeah.
3. Mhm. So,
And as part of that process, and I think I for one, don't want this to be an obstacle any longer.
I understand.
It's just, that I'm having one of those nails against the chalkboard moments, which doesn't feel good.
Right.
And
And one thing about this from last week, I said, I understand this software better now. So even if we had just absolutely had to use it again, which I hope not, because I'm going to do my best to make sure that we start moving towards that direction. But if we have to, I understand it better now and I know how to function in it. But hopefully by then, this time, what is this? What month is this? August? Hopefully we'll be ready to launch a new one.
We certainly wanted to be layperson friendly.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I think that we need to learn moving, not you, but
Right.
we as a city, and you could help with that moving forward is budgets are stories. They really are. They are stories about what happened last year. There are stories about current conditions, and there are stories about projections on what we believe will happen in the future. And one of the things, if I could share this with all of us, that we have been lacking for quite some time, and I won't say 3 years, I'll just say quite some time, is the story or the narrative with the budget presentation, right? We've just been given a budget book.
Okay, so you want a story to come before you during this process,
Well,
not the final book.
well, it should be, the story should be in the presentation of the budget, right?
Okay.
If the story is, the administration is recommending, a 41-cent tax rate, then there should be a story behind it, right? There should be, a narrative behind it, right?
Mhm.
For example, and I want to drill down on this more as we talk later, once we get through these, departments. But for example, it's clear that the administration is attempting to recommend a tax increase, tax rate staying the same, but valuations are causing an increase. That's clear. That's in the presentation. It's also clear that, the administration has directed departments to lower their budgets. So while the revenue is increasing, departments have been directed to decrease their revenue, right? So there's some cushion in the middle. There's some monies in the middle that are being planned for something. If you raise money and then you lower the budgets for your department heads, there is a gap that will be created for something. I happen to know that that gap is being created for earmarks, for grant matches, and that gap is probably being created for payments that are due on interest, right? I just suspect that. But we don't know that to be true because we don't have a narrative with the budget, right? There's nothing that directs us on why these numbers are the way they are. So they're left up to the interpretation. And when they're left up, last point, to the interpretation, they're left up to speculation. And when we speculate, what we see is more money being asked from the resident. And then we have police departments and fire departments saying that they've been asked to push their budgets down, to decrease their budgets. So there's money in the middle, right?
We'll
Without
get into
explanation.
We'll get into that more.
Yeah.
Because I know what you're saying, but when you see the revised that I sent you, it's a different story. Okay, and that's because I've had more communication and I found out more information and I was being able to budget like sales tax more properly. So we'll get into that.
We'll get into that.
Mhm, yeah,
But you get my point.
I
The
get your
point is,
point.
if we have a narrative, we can
Exactly.
follow along.
Mhm, right.
And then we won't have to come up with our own
All
ideas
speculation.
or our
Right.
residents calling us, right, with their own ideas on what may be happening, right?
That is right.
Thank you. Ms. Yancey, we have Kyle before us. He is discussing the IT department, as well as the emergency management department, and facilities maintenance departments. And so that is found, help me counsel, on tab 19. If you wanted to read, Kyle will be here all day. We can catch him back up, unless you wanted him now.
No, okay.
Did you want, okay, Kyle, I think we're done. Anybody
The
else
only
with Kyle?
thing I will ask for in my ending here is, if we had a, a pot of money on the side, right? Or as Ms. Yancey put it, what is your priorities? For myself, my department, I'd be remiss if I did not ask for the following things that have been put in, but had to be cut due to budgetary restraints. One would be a new IT tech that basically was assigned to public safety. So for police and fire, because police and fire, one thing is a lot of the stuff they do, a lot of the software equipment, it's all digital. I can put an IT guy down there to live down there 24/7 and he would be running behind because we've grown our numbers and that grown equipment and usage and all these things. The next would be an EOC specialist, at least, which would be somebody that is put in the emergency management budget. That could help attend meetings, negotiate contracts, meet with vendors, be educated, and kind of serve as a floater, as you might say, to help with special events and things like that. Somebody that, boots on the ground, because if you made me attend every emergency management meeting there is in the county, you'd never see me here. That's a full-time job. A truck for the emergency management department to help pull the trailer. So something like the range of an F-350. The trailer gets used a lot. We've had other departments like our police department that would like to use the communications trailer if the need arose for hostage negotiation or SRT events, things like that. This would be a communications trailer that would be available for that. However, our 1970s truck doesn't drive 5 minutes down the road without breaking down. We're working on getting that resolved. The problem is it's just age. Let's see. The other one would be some kind of either a full-time person for that ran like an emergency management coordinator position, being a full-time, or some type of stipend for whoever wears this hat. This hat has been passed along over the years. It is a double duty. Currently right now, because of how it was, how all the chips fell, basically, it's a volunteer to take on all this extra duty and to spend, 190 hours out of 2 weeks doing nothing but OEM operations along with all your other departments, at no compensation other than your time. So I would ask the council to consider giving a stipend. I know it's kind of rude for me to ask, as I am the EMC, but for anybody to take this position, whether, I step out of it or we feel somebody else might be well suited, to compensate them in some kind of a way for carrying those extra duties and having to deal with all the extra liability, because it's a liability. Because if, barrel was really bad and I messed up really bad, I'd be terminated. So it's a liability that you're asking a staff member to take if you don't want to fill it as a full-time position. That's all I
Fair enough.
So you said 4 things. So and then these are 4 different
Or,
personnel.
yeah, 4 different things split between different departments.
So the new IT tech, the EOC specialist, a truck for emergency trailer. So actually that's 3 personnel.
3 for OEM, yes.
Okay, and then an EM management person.
Correct.
And if we can't get the person, then a stipend for someone that actually takes over that part thing. Okay. And that's what was in your budget until
Last
you were
year.
last year, and then we
It was
took
cut.
out. We took it out.
It was in there last year. It was discussed about by the time we passed the budget, it had to get cut. It's in the budget, it was asked obviously this year. Once again, I'm just reiterating it,
Because we didn't
keeping
have
it on the
a
top of the
trailer, right?
minds.
We didn't, at one point, we didn't have the trailer. Now we do have a trailer, right?
One time we what?
At one time, we didn't have the trailer, but now we do have the trailer.
No, we've had the trailer. The trailer is.
But that's the
it's
same
been
thing
here
we've
for
always had. Because
about 19 years.
okay, so maybe I'm thinking about when you were asking for a trailer.
I was asking for
Do
a
the-
truck, and in the CIP, we did ask for extra trailers. I know the library asked for a trailer for a mobile
Right, for the mobile,
bookstore.
yeah.
We asked for one through communications.
We never.
Communications trailer.
We've never done,
Right, to
that's
do
what I'm talking
like a
about.
broadcast studio.
Right, we've never done that.
We never done that.
So you're not asking for that anymore.
Well, communications department is kind of
Kinda
been
doing
shifted to its own
Okay,
area.
but that was a good idea. That was a real good idea.
I agree.
Thank you, Kyle.
No
So,
problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ross. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if we get you a new truck, I would like to know what happens with the old truck, because obviously with the grade all and situations like that, when we expend something for something new, we want to know what happens to the something old, right? And that's-
Actually, we would probably keep it. If we can get it running, and in good condition and reliable, then there's always a need, whether it's through Public Works, emergency management, or some other department, to use a heavy duty truck like that. Not as a dedicated all the time guaranteed, but as something as needed, that, lessen the workload put on it.
And then a mobile command center of some kind, whether it's a trailer, an outfitted RV, something like that, I fully get. Is there any way that we can get, besides the mayor, get other people on the council to be able to go to some of the emergency management trainings and
I-
such, so that when there's a situation like Burl, I can walk from my house, whether it's through 2 feet of water, and come up here and be of more use than texting and saying, hey, what's going on? Those are, because
Well,
that's just what I'm used to doing.
The one thing I was gonna say was, there's always, there's certain training council's gotta take, through the ICSs anyways. You're always more than welcome to take more than what is required. I've taken them all. They're not that fun. But, and the other thing would be to budget for it. If you budget for yourself to go to, the National Hurricane Conference or the Tatum Conference in San Antonio area, things like that, then that would be something that y'all as a council could either put in your own budget or put in the emergency management budget, but it would need to be, the reason not everybody goes is budgetary.
Money, yeah. So what normally happens, you, myself, and I think JB, because he's the emergency management communications director, information officer, however you want to look at it. We normally go to the National Hurricane Conference. We didn't go this year because it was an election year and we didn't want to be presumptuous. We may have had a new mayor, which would have needed to have some sort of training. However, I believe Mayor Pro Tem goes regularly to the Tatum Conference.
To the
is that
Tatum.
right? And so, Councilmember Ross, to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem gets in on the Texas Department of Emergency Management Conference. And I think, to Kyle's point, either one of them are available to any council member to get the training.
Yeah. And what we can do is I'll get the cost figures together on those just to have available. So that, once again, that's a budgetary thing, so that council members, either we can put it in emergency management budget, which y'all would have to then increase, or we would have to do something like that.
I'll also send to you, Kyle, to distribute the ICS's incident command structure training, which is extensive. I think I'm working on my 400, 500, 400, 500. We get them through Red Cross, but there's also, I participate in the University of Pennsylvania has a national funded by FEMA, something with a national training. I'll send you the link, and that training is at no charge as long as you enroll through the program.
Yeah, what I can do is I can send all members of council the training list, the NIMS training of all the ICS classes that are available online, and then any of the in-person ones that come up in case you want to attend those. Because we have, Galveston County does teach a lot of those locally, so we can see about getting more training.
Very good. And the good news is this council has been an active council. I was a part of council, Councilman Holstein, where council members were not necessarily as active in storms. You remember that, Amanda? So this is new, that we have council members that are willing to work and get out. Not that those members didn't work, but outside in the elements. And so we can adjust. We can definitely adjust. All right, Kyle. That was painless.
Thank you. Been through a few.
Council, let's probably we can probably go finance before developmental services. since we have already started to talk to Ms. Turner about her new software system, we can expand that conversation into the other areas of need. Are you ready, Ms. Turner? Thank you, ma'am. And then we can come back and pick up, I see Amanda's here, we can pick up parks, street and maintenance, and that would leave Mr. Garcia to do developmental services and city administration together. And then we would end with Ms. Nance if time permits, if without objection. Welcome, Ms. Turner.
Hello.
It's
hello.
good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. It's good to be seen.
That's right. That's right. Thank you.
So what Kira is handing you is some brief fiscal year 2024-25 objectives, and also a few accomplishments during this fiscal year 24. And also she's handing you, we'll be talking about some of my needs, and I just want to give you a little detail on kind of helping what would help move finance forward by way of cleanup, just for the entire city, just our books, period.
Okay.
So,
Tab 9,
Okay.
tab 9.
So when I first arrived here at the city of Marque, the very first thing I noticed was the audit findings. And I said, that is one thing I wanted to start with immediately. I wanted to get some of those resolved. Some of them were very low hanging fruit and they were easy to resolve. Others, medium, and then there are some that are still in progress. So I can say with confidence that 85% of those have been resolved and the others are in progress. So I want to get us to a point where we have little to no audit findings. I know that some things come up, like we had a couple of pop up this for the 23 audit. One was just a statewide, it's going to happen to every organization. And then the other was just the monthly reports that Mayor Pro Tem is requesting that we provide on a consistent basis. So that is being worked on. I have created a report. With the system limitations, I can't, kick out something beautiful and pretty, but it's coming with the new software. I know we keep talking about the new software, but I put it in a way that I felt like it would give you the information you needed. So I know my staff, Holly, she completed June, and I know July, we'll be closing July books soon. So we'll just do a full update up to July for you. Also, when I started in the department, I wanted to create a department that had high morale. I always told them that we have a lot of work to do, a lot of hard work to do, but I want us to work hard and still at the same time have fun. So I wanted to create an environment where it was high respect for one another. I've always told them, you will never hear me raise my voice at you or be disrespectful to you. And I want that same consideration in return. And that happens. We are a very close team, a very close-knit team. Utility billing, I just acquired utility billing under my wing as well. I'm building that relationship with them also. We had a meeting together. We spent together, what was it, on a Friday afternoon? We got together and we just looked at the utility department as a whole. What is going right? What needs to be improved? And we made out a full plan. So cross-training was a big one. I wanted everyone to be able to be cross-trained. Not one person needs to know how to bill. It needs to be two people knowing how to bill. Everyone should have the accessibility if there's an emergency to be able to work from home. So my entire staff, utility billing and finance, they all have laptops that they can take home to work. If there's, the business has to continue. So let's go back to cross-training. So in finance, everyone is cross-trained. 2 people know how to do payroll. 2 people know how to pay the bills. And any journal entries that occur during the month for month-end close, they all interchange and they understand how to do it. And if they don't, there is an SOP ready for them to pick up and take on the task. So that was very important to me as well, have everyone cross-trained. Does anyone have any questions yet?
Just quick question.
Okay.
You said that your staff now has the capability to work from home.
Meaning they have a laptop.
Right.
If they had to work remotely, I could say.
Do we, and you may not know this, just food for thought, do we have a work from home policy as a municipality?
I'm not aware of one. That would be an HR question I would need to ask.
Okay.
But definitely if there was, like we just dealt with the disaster, everyone took their laptops home. If there's something going on at the physical building and we have to vacate the
Right.
building, everyone can take.
You
their
are
laptop.
1000% correct. And I agree with you. I support that 1000%.
Mhm.
Just piquing the interest.
Mhm.
If that's true, which is a great idea, we probably would need a policy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll
yeah.
get with Aaron
Yes,
about
ma'am.
that. Make
And not
sure
only for
it's
you,
not-
I mean, I'm sure there are
Right.
folks in every department that
Right.
need that same capability,
Right.
right? Yes, ma'am.
So going down the objectives, I just gonna highlight a couple of them.
Excuse me.
Also with staff, I've always been told, I've had mentors that would always tell me, you should leave, when you finish working under my direction, you should leave better than when you came. I always encourage my people, you need to add something new to your resume yearly. So I encourage them, if they have an interest. I have a staff member now doing a payroll certification. I have the remaining staff who are interested in passing the GFOA, the Certified Government Finance Officers Association exam to be a CGFO. That exam gives them knowledge and understanding from the granular level of government finance. And that's what they have not had. They need to understand the granular level, what the different funds are, what they mean, the definitions of them, what goes in the funds. So I do have staff that I have written into my budget that I would like them, and they are interested in becoming CGFOs. Also, city manager has employed me to do the certified public manager certification. So I'm already signed up and ready to go in January. By way of our processes, I definitely want to streamline our processes, go as paperless as possible. Finance, we deal with a lot of paper. We get deposits, we get checks. But all of those checks and deposits and things like that, we scan them into our system. So there is a soft copy that are kept for all those types of documents. Journal entries the same way. We scan them in, so it's always a soft copy kept. We keep the paper copies because we just do for a little while. We don't hold on to them for a long time, and we don't destroy them until after the audit is completed. Let's see here. Also, just to improve departmental morale, because you can work all day, right, and do all types of processes, but if the morale is not right, it makes it very difficult in a department to manage a department and for them to how can I say get vested in the manager. So we have quarterly luncheons that we go together offsite. We'll talk about things that they want to see in the department happening, different processes and procedures, and we just get to know each other. And it makes a difference when you're working together. That's all I have for that. For now, any questions?
Yes, ma'am, I'm
Yeah.
sure there are. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Lowry.
Is it accurate for me to say that all of the finance team is new?
I do have, let's see. Brittany's new to her role. She's not new to the city,
Yeah, but
she's new to the role. Same with Deb, my payroll person. She's not new to the city, she's new to the role.
right.
I would say yes. Probably my accountant one, Holly, she's the more tenured person in the department. She did payroll and now she's in the accountant one role with higher level of responsibilities. So I would say yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Good dear. And explain to me, please. This is there is some distinction, but I don't know exactly. So for the year 23, it says here that we received I guess it's the government finance officer? No, the government finance
Officer
Association
Yes.
Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Finance Reporting
Yes.
Award, as opposed to the previous year, which is the Distinguished Budget Presentation. What's the difference?
One is for the budget book itself.
For this book?
The actual, not this
Oh,
budget book, it's the final budget.
The final
Mhm.
one. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The other is for the ACFR.
All right.
Right.
Okay. And I see I heard your audit findings. That would be outstanding if we could have a report.
I know.
I mean, that's, I'm having to go through these audits every year on the franchising side. That's the goal, right?
Right.
I can say proudly that I have no audit findings. And
Right.
we go forth. And yeah, the morale. I think that's what I give the morale. I love that. That's that for so long, as I understand, it was heavy dominated by the director. There was no role for empowering people involved in that department. So,
Right. And I want them to be empowered. And I talked to them previously about that. I want you to be empowered in your position. I'm not so strict or unapproachable where you can't come to me. So that as a manager is important to me because that helps your staff and the roles and the processes move forward to me. It makes for a more pleasant work environment.
and finally, I appreciate the fact that the city manager has permitted, because I always go through the chain of here that he's permitted and has the confidence in you to say, why don't you just discuss that issue directly with Ms.
Right.
Turner? And I thank both of you for that.
Right.
For that as well too.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowry.
Couple of different things. So when you started, you said you had taken us to, you went through all the previous budget stuff and you brought us up to 85%.
Yes, sir.
So there's 15%. Out of compliance with the audit is?
There's one, it's a large concept. My goal is I would love to write an entire procedure manual for the department. And I think that was number one on the list, is to have all the processes and procedures for the department documented in something coherent, not just individual, instruction. This is to do this.
One
this is to
policy
do that.
manual.
One policy manual, that's it.
So it's not audit findings, it's just policies.
That is an audit finding.
Oh, is it?
I think
Okay.
it was number one.
Gotcha.
It was on there.
Fund 12, are you?
12, yes.
And are you familiar with what that account can be used for?
I've read it. I've read what it can and can't. I haven't studied it yet.
So that account can be utilized for items for the department, maybe tasers or body cam stuff for the tools for them.
Okay.
That fund cannot be used for payroll. And it can't be used for payroll. It cannot be used to pay people unless they're an expert in that field, which they have to have credentials for that.
Where is that in writing?
That's state law. Fund 12.
I would like to see it in writing. though.
Okay.
That's okay. Gus, is Gus available?
He is not, he should be here in about 30 minutes.
Okay, would you jot that down for Gus? That way we can get Ms. Yancey's question answered. Proceed, Councilmember Lowry.
When somebody puts in an open record request for, say, what was spent in Fund 12.
Yes, sir.
And they get a response with Sam's card. That doesn't show what was spent.
Right.
So, and that goes for any department. So
Right.
if somebody asks for where the funds have been spent, that needs to be provided to the public by saying Sam's or MasterCard. It's not a description of what it was utilized for. I mean, nobody knows what that is. And the Fund 12 is a big thing.
Okay.
Because it's not being utilized properly. And that's a big deal that we need to look into.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, have you ever?
And I remember that PIR, and my staff, we got the request and we just started gathering as much as we could, and it took a while to gather everything, and we finally was able to send it over. But I understand what you're saying, getting to that level of, okay, I used my credit card at Sam's. Okay, what did you buy?
Correct.
Yeah.
What is Fund 12 anyway? I don't know.
Seizure.
But it's a
Okay.
seizure fund, so if there's money for a seizure that the PD gets awarded by the district attorney or whatnot, that's what that fund
It's
is
a
for.
drug and seizure fund?
Drug seizure.
And then, how long have you been here? A year, roughly?
Let's see,
Or
I
take it-
started September 11th.
September. Rough day.
Yeah.
Have you ever had to take anybody's credit cards from them?
I've had to reduce credit card limits, yes.
And how many times and how many people have you had to do that?
Reduce limits. Two times maybe,
2 times. And when you say reduce limits, what did you reduce it to?
a penny,
Very good.
Did you say a penny? What did you say?
a penny.
I like it. It works.
And I come from an environment where a city can really get in trouble, big time trouble with purchasing cards. So I take it very seriously. Gina, my purchasing AP person, she's taken the ownership of those purchasing cards. You have to get the receipts to her, even for council. If you do not do that, I will reduce your card to a penny. I have to have the receipts.
Absolutely.
So, and it has to be signed and coded on that receipt. So I take that very seriously because I don't want us getting in trouble for anything like that.
Thank you for keeping an eye on
Yeah.
that very much.
Were you?
Yes,
done?
sir.
To follow up on Councilman Blauer's question, so you do have that within your authority to reduce without any direction from the city manager
No, I can do that.
on
That's-
your own.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Council, do we have any more questions for Ms. Turner?
I just got a couple comments.
Mhm.
I appreciate that you tell your employees they need to have something added to their resume every year.
Mhm.
As somebody that grew up in the Navy and then becoming a chef, I always told my guys and gals that worked for me that my job was to train them to take my job, not for me to stay stagnant in my
Mhm.
job. So I appreciate that quite a bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I have personally seen your department in less than a year change leaps and bounds, and appreciate all the hard work you've done with us.
Thank you.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Yancey has, I believe, some questions and then I'll follow. Go ahead, Ms. Yancey.
Okay, is Gus back on?
Give him 30 minutes. Kara said, 30 minutes, right? Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Did you
So
want to wait?
My question. for
Okay.
him.
So we may come back to you. Ms. Yancey may have some questions when
Okay.
Gus arrives. I wanted to say to you, I said it to you last week. I've been around here a long time. And the emotions that you felt last week were experienced by your predecessor. I believe Susie Koo cried every
Very
budget.
embarrassed when I left.
She-
Like, oh
she-
my God.
She cried every budget. I believe she did. I mean, we have
Okay.
Kleenex here. And then there was a young man, you remember that guy, Amanda? Oh, he came after Karen Cooper. Remember, he's a big guy. Oh my goodness, he had a whole nervous breakdown right there, right in front of where James Osteen. And I mean, we had to give him medicine, I believe, right? So I said that to say, as you are new to the role of finance director for any
Right.
governmental entity,
Right.
when it comes to taxpayer dollars, people can be
Mhm.
irrational and passionate and emotional.
Right.
And that's just me, right? I encourage you not to take it personally because we are advocating for dollars and cents for people that put us here.
And you know, Mayor, I did take it personal.
You did?
I was more angry with myself that I didn't do that check. But I tell you one thing, that won't happen again. Last week was a learning experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And I told my husband, I said, I thank y'all for that because I'm going to be better for that.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And again, it's not directed at you. It's not directed at Mr. Garcia.
Right.
This is politics.
right.
Right. And we're advocating for a position that we've been put here to advocate for. And we're having discussions, not with people, we're having discussions with officers, city managers and finance directors, right?
Mhm.
Because we are wanting the best for our community.
Absolutely.
And so if we keep that in mind, sometimes it gets
Right.
intense.
Right.
But I want you to know, all of my time in these types of settings, it has never been, even though I am the hardest on Mr. Garcia and will continue to be. It's not personal, right? I am here strategically advocating for a position. And as you encounter councils in the future, just be mindful that we are all attempting to strategically advocate for our constituency.
Absolutely.
And it may not always come out the right way, right? So I want to encourage you. I believe personally you're doing a great job. I really do. And I want you to take that with you as you
Okay.
go. 5 minutes from now, I may have a scowl on my face, right? But it has nothing to
Yeah.
do with Ms. Turner and
Absolutely.
everything to do with the people of Lamarck, and I'm
Right.
trying my darndest,
Right.
right? So question, the software that we have been discussing that Mayor Pro Tem wants to scrap
Mhm.
yesterday, that has been with us for quite some time. I don't necessarily need to know the time frame, but the question is there some sort of a standard, federal or state standard that would suggest that municipal governments utilize software that is up to a certain standard? Is there something out there that says that?
I'm not aware, but that doesn't mean it's not out there.
Okay. Just curious,
Yeah.
because we've held on to this for so long, and I get
Right.
it, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't as a city be holding on to something
Right.
that we shouldn't have, and council just was unaware, right?
I mean, cities have freedoms to upgrade their ERP systems.
Right.
That's-
But were we, I just want to make sure that we were not at some point mandated to, and we were not told that, right?
I've never heard of anything like
Okay,
that,
okay.
but it may be out there and I'm not aware of it.
Yes, ma'am.
But
That's
I
okay.
think most companies and cities, they want to use something that will produce accurate information and provide transparency.
Yes, ma'am. As we get into 10-10 salary, I noticed that there's an increase of about $16,000 in your salary line item from your budget this past year to your proposed. And yet, when you look at payroll taxes and things of that nature, when you look at retirement, other items that would be associated with that salary line item, it does not appear to be an increase. So I guess my question is, that increase in that salary line item, is that associated with some sort of salary upgrades for the positions that you already have?
I know it includes the 2% COLA.
That information.
I'm in old book. I hadn't transitioned to the new stuff
Oh,
yet.
okay.
Yeah, I don't like being in the new one. I'm
Okay.
confused. So I'm gonna hang out with what I was given last Thursday.
Are those numbers correct from last Thursday, or do we need to look at the packet?
In the
don't know.
packet, it says 376,000.
376,000.
Yes.
What does this say for your in the packet for your fiscal year 2024? Because we literally have been inundated with all of this new paper. It's new stuff we're
Budget
supposed to add,
24,
and I'm confused.
it says 342,914.
Is that what it says in your new documentation?
Yes,
So it went from 342 to 376?
yes,
So that's $34,000?
yes. Let me check into that. Let me look
And
at that.
you would, and I won't quote you on this, but what would you say that is a reflection of, that increase? Is that your 2% COLA?
It's definitely 2% COLA.
Is there more?
It may be, I know city manager gave me instruction to increase a few of the employee salaries.
Really? Outside of the COLA?
Yes.
Do you have any salary surveys associated with that? Are there any recommended salary upgrades? Is there an action item where this recommendation was approved by council? Any of that with that?
Not as of yet.
Gus, is Gus here? Carrie, let's also ask Gus if without those processes that I just outlined, if it is within our charter to recommend certain salary upgrades outside of an across the board cost of living increase. Ms. Turner.
But Mayor, we did do salary increases to several employees this year. to get them up to standard.
And that's fine. We just,
Right.
what I guess what I'm asking is there a council action associated with that, right? Council has to act on that. Council sets budget. And I want to know if council has acted on any and all of those increases. Does that make sense? I'm not saying that it's not possible. What I'm suggesting is in my experience, it is only possible when council acts in that capacity, whether it be through a new budget, like we could do it in a budget, right? Or we can do it during a budget year, but the council would have to act, right? The council would have had to act. We would have had to direct the city manager to increase these positions by these amounts of monies. And it may have been done.
And I have to look back because that may have been done during the budget amendment.
It may have been done.
process.
It may have been done. But here again, when a council person asks you, not you,
Right.
when a council person
Right,
asks,
right.
what's behind this increase? And the answer is a 2% COLA, which we get that, and certain salary upgrades. It should be that should be part of the story. Certain salary upgrades. We upgraded Amanda. We upgraded JB. We upgraded Rick. We upgraded David and Councilman Osteen. We upgraded these positions by this amount of money. And we were directed to do this at this council meeting or during this budget workshop,
I
right?
understand.
Yes, ma'am. Again, we're learning this together.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just
Yes, sir.
the follow up on what you're saying is that we're looking at a proposed budget here.
Right.
That's what we're looking at, a proposed
Right.
budget. So I agree that the narrative, and I've said this to both of you, right? There's got to be a narrative that says there's this number and this is what this reflects.
Right.
And as was appropriately said, I think last week or earlier this morning, we forget. We do. I'll be the first. I forget once my memory is refreshed. It's helpful. But if we made budget adjustments already, then fine. Just refresh my memory as to that.
Right.
And but I think it's important that narrative accompany your report, right?
Yes, sir.
This reflects the across the board salary increases that occur. Plus, there may be at the recommendation of certain adjustments to staff salaries of your group. So it's fine, just as long as the narrative shows that, and then we can take a look at it.
Right.
So I would anticipate to see if I were a finance director, I would anticipate an email from whomever my superior is saying in a recent council meeting with minutes, right? Council directed me to increase these positions base salary, and it would be a list of it, right? And there would be a council meeting associated with it, right? All of that should be, if I were a finance director, in my email before I make any move. What I heard you say was that you were just collaborating with the city manager on these new set of figures, right?
Right.
And so it sounds like you don't have any, and you could, but it sounds like you don't have any background information, right? You only have the direction of the city manager.
Correct.
Okay. We just want to make sure that, again, all of this
Yes.
is okay. So as we
Just
Go ahead.
to be clear, but that is the purpose, right? It's a proposed budget. It's a proposed. So whatever we're looking at, it's proposed by the
With a
by the
narrative.
city manager. But I would like that narrative to say, here's
right,
the reason. Here's the reason.
Okay.
right.
Got
And
it.
so if it's a proposal to go along with Joe, so if it's a proposed budget, then what I would expect to see is a salary survey, right? That has been discussed by council before any person, whomever they may be, before they recommend salary increases. There still has to be a council action associated. Even if it's a
Okay.
salary survey, right, that says in budget year 24, 25, we need to bring these positions to this level, right? There should be some sort of something behind it that would help us
Justify
to.
it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So was it too low? I mean, that's something, were the salaries too low?
Well, it may have been an addition of a department to manage. So like, for instance, for me, I took on utility billing.
Okay, which last budget season you didn't have.
Right.
utility billing.
Right,
So now you do.
right.
So is that, and I guess that's what they're talking about, a narrative to be able to say, this is why these salaries
Mhm.
have increased because my department is larger
Got
now
it.
than it was last year.
Well,
Okay.
to make it clear, this is what we're proposing the increases to be.
Right.
Because
Okay.
ultimately, as the mayor is
And
saying,
you,
Yeah.
it comes back to us to say yay or nay.
Right.
and what I'm drilling down on, and what we
Mhm.
have to do better as a city is rein in the powers of those folks
Mhm.
that we direct. We have to rein in whoever these folks are, right?
Mhm.
And it's my opinion, 30 years of working in or with municipal government, that you cannot have a recommended salary increase without proper due diligence and documentation, right? There, for me, doesn't mean that this is law, but for
Okay.
me, there would have had to have been a salary survey, some sort of a comparison for there to be a recommendation,
Okay.
right? And then what you have is when you tell that story of this budget book, when you tell the story of this budget book and you say, we want to have a 41 cents tax rate, then part of that narrative is because Amanda's position is being paid too low and JB's position is, and look at what's happening in Hitchcock and Texas City, and we need to bring James's salary up, right? So
Got
then
it.
there's a narrative behind it. Then we can say, okay, we get it,
Right.
right?
Right.
And that's just part of the whole proper process to get us to a place that we can
Okay.
have the information. Again, we're all learning. Let me go to
Understood.
item 4040, Ms. Turner.
40. Okay, professional fees, okay.
Professional fees, they started out at 190,000. First of all, let me understand for my own edification, what would be in professional fees?
Okay, mine says now, FY 24 budget professional fees was 42,990.
Mm-hmm.
And now I am asking for 70,500.
So not the 24. The old book has,
No,
I'm just being stubborn, right? I'm gonna stay in this book. It's 70,000.
70,500 is what I'm asking.
That makes
So-
that makes more sense. But what's covering that line item, Ms.
Okay,
Turner?
so it is ClearRack.
And what is that?
That is a software that assists with our bank reconciliation.
Clear Act, like ACT?
Clear reconciliation, ClearRack.
Clear Rec, okay.
I was exploring Debt Book to help manage and track our debts, debt reporting. There's a fee for the GFOA budget award. That's usually, let's see, here. Yes, that's 500.
$500?
Yes.
Okay.
The fee for the ACFA award, the COA, I paid that the other day. That was like $920 some. The GCAD property tax preparation, that's that property, the TNT report
Yes,
for
ma'am.
property tax.
Yes, ma'am.
I budgeted 1,000 for that. HDL, that's the sales tax company that we retained. Our share is about $4,000 for that. Gravity is what I used to prepare the pretty budget book at the end. Their fee is around 24,000 to use that software to prepare that budget book.
Yes, ma'am.
With OpenGov, they do have support calls. So when myself or my staff make a call to STW to get guidance on something or something in the system has glitched or isn't working right, they charge for those calls.
Now who is that again?
It's called OpenGov, but we call it STW. STW.
So the
is
same software company that we are having, well, the same software rather, that we're
Yes.
having difficulties with when we call to engage them
Yes,
for assistance with this software, they charge us, is what you're saying?
yes.
Okay.
And then 10, that's the consultant that that helped assist with the bank rec transition. I have an email here that I gave y'all a copy of. I actually wanted to retain her. And I asked for 25,000 to do that. I emailed her and I asked her, I said, okay, you've been here a while. You've seen all the things that are wrong. Give me a list of what you've seen. So she did. She said the balance of our cash fund and consolidated equity, those need to be balanced. They're not in balance. And I work with her to create a process for monitoring the fund cash and equity monthly. And then you see the other list of items. Establishing an achievement policy and procedure. I actually know how to do that. So that's something that I can do. I'm familiar with that. And also number 6, I can do that.
Number 6.
So 5 and 6. Create a process to make sure all cash funds or all fund cash are positive prior to the end of the month. We have some fund cash that's in the negative. So we need to get that cleaned up and then create a procedure to make sure that it's clean. Create a process that ensures that revenues and expenses are recorded in the GL. A process to formally review journal entries to ensure that consolidated cash is balanced. So it's just a list of things that in order for me to want to see our GL clean and processes done properly, this is what it would need to happen. Oh, I would like to see happen.
Yes, ma'am. Let me ask you this. This Betty Lynn Consultants. Is that's who this email is from?
Yes.
And so there was a person that was being contracted by our government to work in the finance department.
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge as to
The story behind it?
the story behind it?
Okay.
How much this person was making? And is that where that falls in line with similar types of consultants? Like whatever the agreement was it a fair deal for the city? You know, as far as your professional understanding of consultants in the finance.
So when I started, Tim was already working. She was actually performing the bank reconciliations for our large account, the consolidated.
When you started, she was a contract worker?
She was a consultant.
A consultant?
Yes,
Okay.
a consultant.
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, and I can't remember the firm name, but she worked under a firm.
Okay.
Not
Betty Lynn.
No.
Okay.
The hourly cost of the firm, gosh, let's see. If someone in finance can hear me, can y'all pull up how much she was making or the firm was charging per hour? I know it was over $100 easily. Really? You remember? Okay. At that point, I'm trying to find the cutoff period when she branched out on her own.
Okay.
And she said, I can still work for you guys. I don't work under that firm anymore, but I can charge y'all $65 an hour.
So she's working for another firm.
Yes.
When they were charging us upwards over at least over $100, probably
Yeah.
between 125 and 150. working for
Probably.
another firm.
Right.
At some point, she separated from that firm
Yes.
and opened her own business.
Right.
Is what it sounds like.
Yes.
Are we still contracted with the former firm?
No.
The firm she used to work for?
No.
When did we break that relationship?
I will have to find out.
Okay. And have we contracted with her for anything after she left that firm?
Yes. That was the bank reconciliation transaction.
So when she was doing,
She hadn't done any of this yet.
but the bank reconciliation was under this new company that she formed?
She was already under the firm. She was doing the bank recs.
Okay.
Somehow she branched off on her own. She said, I can charge you guys a much lower rate and I can continue.
Was that under your tenure?
Yeah. When she separated.
When she
yes,
separated?
Yes.
So so it sounds like you said, we can get the same service for a lower rate. So let's discontinue this relationship.
I did not tell her that. That happened on her own. She just came to me and say, hey, I don't work with them anymore. I can work with the city of Lamarque for a lower rate.
And you chose to work with her.
Absolutely.
Right. So you discontinued the city of Lamarque's relationship with this other firm at over $125,000
Yes.
an hour.
Yes.
And you contracted with this new consulting agency for $65.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Have we, and I remember doing an open record on this before, but do you have any documentation for like a business, like an LLC or anything like that with her?
If someone in finance is listening, see if you can find a
Business license for the state of
some
Texas?
type of license or
It would be like a
W-9
DBA
or
or
DBA
LLC or
for
something.
10 BD consultants. I'll find out for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Council, do we have any more questions for Ms. Turner and the finance department?
I have a comment. Something I heard today and it stuck with me. And it just it just made everything easier was what Mayor Bell said, budgets have a story. And that couldn't, it just clicked. It just made everything click better.
Yeah.
And to that, everything from last year, exactly like you said, there's a story to it. And if there's not an accurate story,
Yes.
then it just has to be an accurate story.
Yes.
And I understand you're doing a great job and we're lucky to have you. But the 15% off that we are, there's got to be a story with everything.
Yeah.
But that was budgets have a story.
Mhm.
So there's got to be a story
Yeah.
to every penny
Mhm. Mhm.
and another thing about Fund 12 was before I forget, when Gus gets here, is hiring private investigators under that fund. Something that needs to be looked at as well.
Okay.
Not legal,
Okay.
but we can have that discussion when Gus gets here.
Absolutely. Any more questions for Ms. Turner in finance department? Ms. Turner, before we go, I have one last question for you. I noticed that, and I'm grateful for this because we should give all of our employees who perhaps may have come to us through an entry level, we should give them a chance to grow, right? So my question is, when you're dealing with finances and you have people who don't have degrees in accounting,
Right.
bookkeeping, finance, and things of that nature, it sounds like you're dealing with people who have not had that experience.
Right.
Are you still able to promote them into an accounting or accountant level position? Does that make sense? Like you have and I'm just being curious. I don't have anything behind it. I was just trying to understand everything you said. So like for your accountant one,
Mhm.
would you theoretically be able to take someone who does not have an accounting degree, a bookkeeping degree, or any of those types of degrees? Would you be able to take them and make them an accountant one?
No.
Okay.
An accountant one would have to have a degree.
Okay. So when you're talking about raising these folks up, you're talking about things like purchasing specialists, accounts payable, those types of
Accountant twos.
accountant twos.
Accountant
So
twos are
accountant one is the
accounting.
highest. Accountant. So let me ask that again.
Mhm.
Could you then take a person who, because I was asking it from an inverted place. Could you take a person who has no education in accounting and through just work experience, training and things of that nature, make them an accountant too?
Anyone can learn something through experience, right? I personally, as a manager, yes, you can work through experience, but I would want that person, like, for instance, I have in here that they go take classes through GFOA. They have governmental accounting classes and courses that they can take. That helps, right?
Right.
You can learn processes and procedures, but until you know government accounting or have some basic knowledge of how it functions, it gives you more insight. And it makes your what's the word, experience more rich.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Thank you for that. Council, if there's nothing further, excuse me, for Ms. Turner, then we will move on to our Parks and Street Maintenance Department. Amanda, are you also doing utility? Okay. I thought I saw Rick. Perhaps he might return.
That was utility building. We would need water line maintenance, sewer, operations.
Welcome, Amanda.
Afternoon, Mayor.
What tab would,
That would be tab 16 for parks. And then when we get to streets, that would be tab 18.
all right. All right, Amanda, do you have an opening comment, overview?
Well, I don't have an organization chart for street and parks. So we'll start with that. I reviewed the budget for parks. I'm just gonna put this out here because I didn't have a chance to speak to anybody regarding what was budgeted, but I have questions for parks budget.
Okay.
There's nothing budgeted in overtime for the parks.
Okay.
If we're taking on more events throughout the year, we're automatically throwing ourselves in the negative if we don't budget for the overtime.
Okay. How many people in the Parks Department?
Currently 3.
Okay.
I'm not sure if anybody, if there was a request to add additional help, which could be the reason for the large increase for the salary.
Amanda, so you didn't have any part in the process of developing this?
No, sir. I just reviewed it
Do
and
you know who developed this?
I believe Rick and Caesar. I'm not sure.
Okay. How long have you been responsible for streets and parks?
Some years.
And you had no input on this? Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Also I have a question about, when it comes down to equipment and landscaping. If we're going to continue doing our own landscaping in-house, we need to budget appropriately for it, and we need to budget for equipment for the landscaping.
What line is that?
We are looking at, well, 30-40 for equipment. That's repair and maintenance for equipment.
30-40 repair and maintenance equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Now say that to us again, Amanda.
30-40 for repair and maintenance.
I mean, but what was the question?
Well, because if we're going to handle the landscaping in-house, we need to make sure we budget appropriately for having the equipment for Parks Department, because currently we're sharing with Street Department. Mowing equipment,
You're sharing mowing equipment. I got you.
yes.
So the mowing equipment that we use now it belongs to the street department.
Yes,
And that's used to mow right of ways and things of that nature, right? Things that would help us to maintain streets.
yes, sir.
It was never meant to be used to maintain parks.
Yes, sir.
I got you. I got you.
So, Amanda, clarify. So you're saying it's, you feel that this proposed budget of 5,000 is not sufficient for equipment? What's a mower?
So the last quote that I received from a local buy board vendor, HGAC, was 22,000 for 2 mowers. And that's not including the trailer. That's just 2 zero-turn mowers, 54 wide track. 54-inch wide track.
22 apiece or 22 total?
22 total for 2.
So they're running about 11.
And that was, yes, sir. And that was the last time I spoke with him, the price was gonna increase in June. That quote was from May, I believe.
Would you, in your experience, Amanda, because it should be in a different line item. Is it, again, I know very little about mechanical things. Surprise, surprise. So I'm always stabbing in the dark when it comes to public works. So let me stab in the dark.
Go ahead.
The mowers, are they 5-year life assets or are they 10-year life assets?
They could be 10-year. We've had ours forever.
Okay.
It just depends on how you take care of them. Now to say this is I mean, because it wasn't budgeted, it wasn't included in the budget. The other question was, could we come back and bring it to council to utilize the CIP funds?
Right, sure. I wouldn't,
Oh,
as a council member, I wouldn't see a problem with that.
And this is not to throw anybody under the bus. It's just.
No.
There's been recent changes made within the department, and I just want to make sure that I'm not going to be, our guys are not going to be left out on this. So.
And I think that we'd ask that question to be clear on the proper uses of this, of the Parks Fund. That's what you're referring to.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And it said specifically in the ordinance when it was created, maintenance is a category. So the mayor's right in saying that some of these things should properly be, you see that, and Ms. Turner, that's the conversation you and I have had before as well too. I'm not used to, the Parks Fund is a restricted fund. It's not part of the general fund. And I'm used to seeing expenditures from that fund shown independently, right? And Mr. City Manager, the same thing. So that's how I look at it. It's a restricted fund and restricted expenditures. But then we go and confuse something like this, or maybe I should say, where we now have an understanding that Parks Fund, the $2 fee, can be used for maintenance. And maintenance means acquisition of equipment in order to accomplish the objectives that we have to protect our parks.
Right.
And so I'm just now desirous of seeing as a separate page and the income generated from that fee versus expenditures for this next budget year from that fee.
Right. And going back to this story, going back to this narrative, years ago, I believe I was the only one on the council then. Quickly, maybe Joe had joined us, but we pretty quickly understood it was going to take us a long time to get to enough match to get an entire park system redone. So we decided every year we would take half of those funds and use them for that year's maintenance projects. And so if that fund was generating $120,000-$130,000 a year, I forget what it was, 70 of those would then be earmarked for maintenance for that year. And so it was something along those lines.
Yes, sir.
So if that's true, then if we're looking at $22,000 for a couple of lawnmowers, sounds like you still might need a trailer at
Yes, sir.
least for those pieces of equipment. That would be an area that we as a council can look to see if we can acquire those resources, right? Because they're earmarked by previous councils, unless this council changes. Half of those monies are earmarked for direct maintenance for that fiscal year. And so there should have been, again, some direction in that area. Again, we are sharing. That's the first time that we've actually heard that in that way, Amanda. Do you realize that?
No,
This is
sir.
the first time that I've heard that we are sharing mowers with the streets department. I don't think that any council member would think that that's acceptable, but you have to tell the story,
Yes, sir.
right? So I think Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting that, Ms. Turner, that the next time we look at these numbers, perhaps we might look into that Parks Fund for those monies that the Parks Department needs for mowers and for at least a trailer to move those mowers around the city.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
interject or ask this question for clarity. Then what this line 3043, parks repairs and maintenance of 60,000 is, what is that then used for?
I'm not sure. So, I mean, we've got parks, repair, maintenance, and facilities, and you've got repair, and maintenance, building and furniture and fixtures.
That was a previous mowing contract.
The 60,000?
So why is this again? So then what would be the reason for it to still be in this budget? If it was a previous contract? If the Parks Department is assuming all responsibility for the maintenance of our parks, why would this number still be in our budget? Do you have an answer for that,
So
Wanda?
let me say this.
I hear you, Mr. Garcia. Do you
We're
have an answer?
currently on a pilot program to see if parks can handle mowing
Okay,
all of the parks, to see if we can handle it and save the city some money. Speaking with the park supervisor, Roy, he says he's sure we can do it as long as we've got the equipment that we need. If we're looking at this, it takes away, I watched them last week. It took them a couple of days to mow just one park. It's fairly large. And that's splitting the equipment with the street department. If we want to do this correctly and we want to take over mowing for the city, we're probably going to need 2 more people for Parks Department. That's keeping up with maintenance. That's keeping up with mowing. The request coming in from the Parks Board, it's quite a lot.
and that's just the parks alone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to ask you to think about, because I heard the city manager wanting to respond, to think about what 2 positions would cost. Mr. City Manager, you had something you wanted to interject?
Yes, Mayor. And Cal was able to help me find this. Back in the fiscal year 21-22, assuming this happened before I arrived and we all started working together, the council at the time passed what I guess was formerly known as a KO, not to be confused with the CO, for about $626,000, which included the grade all. It was part of that grade all passing. And again, I just got this, so I have not had a chance to go talk to Christine about this. But that happened, I'm assuming, if I got here in March, probably the previous October, part of that fiscal year's budget. From that budget, there may or may not, which I still need to verify with her and with staff, some of the equipment in question may have been purchased. So to refresh anybody's memory at the time, it would have included some mobile computer terminals, some digital cameras, 2 mowers, looks like the grade all, and 2 different trash pumps. Information that I need to follow up on to find out what of that was purchased. This is also listed in your debt schedule as far as what those items are. So this would have been something that I was just making purview to. 1, 2, what Miss Amanda was alluding to as a pilot program, we're looking at the possibility of a potential long-term savings, whether we were to handle the mowing of the parks in-house or not in comparison to what we're being charged. At times, the vendor may or may not be able to suffice and maintain all of the current responsibilities as well as others. I believe it's the same vendor that does the mowing for code and so forth. So we're looking at some possible cost savings of doing that specifically as a very small pilot program before the end of this fiscal year to see what we can and cannot do. So at this time, the money that is shown there under the $60,000 reflects what it looks like if we kept it the same. Right now, that's what the charge has been for the mowing of the parks. That's what roughly eats up most of that $60,000. That's what that number is. encounter, we're looking at part of this program, what it would entail. Now, if you would allow some time to go back and look at these numbers and see what it would cost for us to do it in-house versus not, minus the supplies, gas, weed eaters, line, whatever the case would be needed, then we can come back with a better number. But right now, today, what's shown at $60,000 is that we kept everything the same.
So what the heartburn for that is that we have already created this Parks Department, right? Who is already mowing. And as we look at that, the way that you just shared that, Mr. City Manager, I would have expected there to be at least a reduction. If we were trying to look at whether or not this program would work, then we should not necessarily fund 3043 at the same level that we have in previous years if we're going to use a combination. I'll let you work that part of it out. That's something that I would expect if we're increasing things in one area, perhaps maybe not remove them all the way, but decrease them in another area to show that we're trying to move from one way of resolving this issue to another way. You want to jump in?
Well, no, I have to say I'm a bit confused. Again, the assistant city manager said this 60,000 represented a contract that we no longer are involved with. Yet I heard the city manager say
we're still involved in the contract. What we've done is we're looking at a pilot program to see if we were to officially propose to take this over, if what our capability of being able to do so. So the 60,000 that's reflected there shows what our cost would still be either way if we kept the contract with the mowing service. We have not canceled that contract. We were simply looking at what is our capability if we were to officially propose to keep it in-house, what the needs would be. So as Ms. Amanda has stated today, she would need 1 or 2 mowers, 1 or 2 bodies, and I'm trying to paraphrase, so whatever that total is. And then we can come to you and say, all right, council, this is what we did. We did a small pilot program. We noticed that it would cost us this. This is what we need. And then we can make that adjustment.
Well, Mr. City Manager, but I also heard you say there was a KO earlier. I don't know what the K stands for, or KA? Okay,
KO. Mhm.
earlier that said two mowers would be purchased, but 2 mowers for the parks?
It does not state. I would have to look deeper into what the capability of that
Your
was.
knowledge, and you just said you just became aware of this,
Mhm.
that it was that were, to your knowledge, those, you don't know if they were purchased or not.
I don't have reason to believe that they were purchased. No, sir.
Yeah, so we don't have 2 new mowers, Amanda. You don't know of any 2 new mowers
No, sir.
in the past 2 years?
No, sir.
No, so.
I've received quotes for them several times over again, but we've not purchased any.
So your recommendation, I'm sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
is to leave this 60 right here for now, for the purposes of this budget. And yet we still haven't addressed your issue initially of the overtime. But your comment is, if as we implement this possible program where you're taking over the parks, if we do that in full, then you're probably going to need 2 additional folks, is what I'm hearing.
I would like to have, yes, sir.
And if that happens, then there would have to be a request from you to the city manager, finance, for a budget amendment to request us to consider whatever adjustments. That's how I'm thinking about it. So I don't.
And so which I do get that. And I know you're not advocating for it, Joe. You're trying to understand.
I'm just trying to.
I just don't get that what ends up happening is things like this. Amanda's asking for supplies and manpower. There is in another area, for some reason, in a parks repair maintenance line item, there's $60,000 that's parked in that line item for a contract that part of us believe is no longer being engaged. And then that money is being recommended to sit there. That's part of the frustration. That's where we go from from 41 cents down to 39 cents. It's things like that. We need to get a game plan together. These types of things, in my understanding, we should have already had this conversation with Amanda, with Rick, with all of Public Works. There are all sorts of changes being proposed to Public Works, and none of them have been explained to council. None of them have been shared with the public. And that's where the frustration creeps, because nobody knows what's actually happening. For example, let me just throw a question out there at you, Amanda. In this parks budget, and then I want to go back to overtime. In this parks budget, in this salary line item, how much of that line item, that $119,000, how much of that line item is going toward a public works director that ultimately supervises the parks department?
I can't answer that. I honestly can't answer that.
Where is the salary for the public works director
I
coming from?
believe he is coming out of the utilities budget. I don't think he's split. I'm not sure. That's a Christine question.
Okay. Things like that, we need to have better communication. If the public works director supervises, and by all means, we really need to continue with the public works director. I believe that with all my heart. Public works director supervises 4 or 5 different subsects of a department. Perhaps those subsects would contribute to the overall salary of the public works director, right? That's not necessarily reflected, and so we can't really. And I'm not saying it's not there, but we can't find the public works director's salary in this budget, in this particular part of the budget. It may be somewhere else, but not in this particular part. And so a lot of it's unclear. Council, we definitely need to consider adding to that as we begin our discussions, adding to the overtime budget, because of the amount of events and festivals and things that we have in our community that the Parks Department is attending and working and serving our community. I will leave that alone right now. It's a lot happening with this line item. I am talking about 1010. And I'm making a point, Ms. Yancey, that we don't necessarily know. Perhaps Amanda might be able to share with us that this $119,000 is covering the salaries of 3 persons. That may be what's happening. But where's the public works director's salary? And the important part of that, Ms. Yancey, is unbeknownst to this council as a body, there had been some sort of contemplation on whether or not we would even proceed with the public works director.
So I'm in the new budget. The new work.
And I'm right here in this budget right here.
And mine and for.
What do you got in your new budget?
119,000.
You got 119?
I must not be on the right page. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
We're behind tab 16.
We've got 119,762
Okay.
for the salary.
Right.
Another page, but what now this says public works, line item details, salary, 1010 salary. For the fiscal year 2025, I have 505,215.
That's public works
Public.
streets.
That's streets, yeah. We're in parks.
Street. Okay,
Yeah.
let me go
Tab
back.
16.
I'm on a new budget.
Uh-oh. There's Rick. Hey, Rick, good afternoon. Did you want to add something?
I thought I would try to add some clarity.
Please
here.
do.
So you asked me some questions. So my salary is actually paid out of Division 24, which is operations for utilities fund. Amanda's salary is actually paid out of UT 22, which is a maintenance line item within the utilities fund. Lisa's paid out of 22,
What are you paid out of again?
24,
24. Your whole salary?
whole salary.
And that is a utility fund.
Yes, sir.
Has it always been like that?
Yes, sir.
And Amanda's paid out of
22, which is
22.
also a utility.
So
utility.
let's just clarify, but Amanda doesn't work with utility 22 anymore.
I know. That's what I got you. I caught that. But her position is paid out of utility 22.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you went on to say someone else.
And so Lisa, who's our customer service, she's also paid out of 22.
What is utility 22?
Is the maintenance side of utilities. So we've had these discussions, and I don't need to complicate things, but the utility fund with the city is not broken into water and wastewater. We talked about doing it again this year. That did not happen. Most cities operate a water fund, a wastewater fund, and eventually we would have a stormwater fund. We don't operate like that. We have this utility fund, which is a monster umbrella that oversees both wastewater operations and water operations, and now stormwater operations. Problem with doing that is you don't really know your cost of operations. Your maintenance costs or your operations costs, your personnel costs, it's all lumped together. Because the 24 fund is operational items, which is, when I say operational, it has to do with mechanical equipment, rotating equipment, pumps, operational things, the lift stations, the pumps we use for drinking water, the storage tanks, facilities, the wastewater treatment plant, all that's covered underneath the 24 fund, including our 24. 22 was set up as a line maintenance fund for water and sewer operations. So we operate two separate funds for water and wastewater, but from a management standpoint, from a business standpoint, it's very hard to operate like that because we really don't know what our cost of operation is for wastewater or our cost of operation is for water. We have no idea. Because of the way we blend those numbers together. So the only admin person is paid out of a general fund is Shirley, and she's paid out of streets, 12. There's no admin paid out of parks. There's no money in parks for any admin work at all. There's only the 3 employees.
So Amanda's paid out of utility 22, we're paid out of
24. And you said that you had been recommending that there be some sort of reorganization of at least the utility side of public works into these 3 different categories.
Right.
Wastewater, stormwater, fresh water, or
Yes.
drinking water,
Yes.
potable water.
That's more typical.
Okay. That's industry
Pretty
standard.
typical.
Did you ever have a chance to, which I think I know the answer to this question, but just for all of our edification, did you ever have a chance to have extensive pre-planning conversations with the finance department as it relates to this so that she can wrap her head around maybe this new system and then make a recommendation on it?
You know, it's been discussed. It was discussed with Susie when she was here. We never pulled the trigger on it. And with Christine's transition into finance, you know, we had discussions on it, but it just, the timing's just not there. It's a lot to do in order to move those funds around. And so it just hasn't happened again. And here we are doing another budget year. And the budgets are based on 22, 24, and that's what we've got. I did some extensive work with Susie in the prior year, showing how we could separate personnel, like you were saying. A superintendent position, a director position would be subdivided into those separate divisions, parks, streets. You know, if you're overseeing all that, typically that's what you would do. You could do it through a general fund transfer, which we started last year. 2 years ago, we started transferring more money out of utilities into the general fund to compensate for those kind of things. Because once again, those other functions within the city government, a fair portion of Christine's time is admittedly dealing with utilities.
Yeah.
So even though she's paid generally out of the general fund, we do that transfer, right, sir?
Mayor Pro Tem, and then Mr. Garcia.
This is from my memory that 2 years ago. And when we're also having the water rate discussions, I brought out the point that Mr. Garcia, you remember this too, that I was recommending that we establish our own utility, it's called a utility enterprise fund and others. It stands alone on the water side.
True.
And it operates as a
That's
city-owned
typically-
utility.
Right, and don't we generally do that right now? With
Well,
the
we do
utility
it
fund?
on
It's
a
separate
ca-
from the general fund.
We do it, but it's all comes back to the general fund, right?
It
Right now.
shouldn't.
Well, it's the way that the books goes back to those damn books. But that's the way it's been organized in this city. So, and then it was simple when Mr. Garcia first came on, one of the first things that first budget year, council, you remember, we were in the hole. The general fund was supporting the negative that we had on the water expenditures. And I think it was like $2 million, as I recall, or something like that. And we'd never really realized that, but that's how it'd been increasing year over year. We finally got that under control by making some decisions on the water rates. But I go back, we do need to clean this up, Ms. Turner. We need a separate utility enterprise fund. And having said that, then it's entirely appropriate then to say we're going to transfer from this separate standalone fund, since you're doing the accounting part, right, to reimburse the city for your portion of the time that you're utilizing, to do the accounting for this, or other individuals, Amanda, yourself, or others in that sense. So we can track all these things. And that's what other cities do. I remember a TML presentation where a community, and I still have the paperwork, they laid out everything. It was, here's how we started making money out of the utility fund. And we had our plan on how to reduce our water usage. Now, having said that, then that same thing has to also occur separately. We had this discussion on the waste, the waste? Yeah, the waste
Solid waste.
contract, the solid waste contract today. And looking at that as a standalone fund, right?
It should
On
be
that
standard.
side. Because ultimately that could become a city utility. Where we're running our own trucks then at that point. The stormwater, other cities have charged their own stormwater fee, Rick. We don't do that here. We don't do that.
We currently are not, but it's a high recommendation to do so.
The high recommendation to do so. Well, I haven't heard about who's saying that. I haven't.
We're at the budget meetings.
Oh, well, I haven't heard
I
that.
mean, the stormwater functions are huge. And the cost to run stormwater is huge. We had a stormwater budget last year, and when we created the 9 parks budget purposely to pull it away from streets. And that line item, that 43 line item you brought up is a carryover from the street budget. And unfortunately, it didn't get changed, but that line item is strictly for mowing the parks. And you asked earlier, if we hire 2 employees is going to cost the city around $60,000 to $70,000.
There it is.
So there's a trade-off there.
Yeah.
You can hire the employees, but you still got to have, the maintenance on equipment. You got to buy the equipment, you got to have the trailers, you got to pay the gas. So, it's something to consider, but right now we're using a contractor that they hit those parks every week like they're supposed to. They look good, they cut them. And they're doing the cemetery, and they do 8 facilities for streets/EDC also, which is on a separate contract. EDC has some other properties that are contracted through another contractor that EDC contracts separately for. Just FYI.
But those crews aren't, and maybe they are, but I doubt that they are constantly every day mowing properties for the city of Lamar.
Oh, no, sir.
Right. So our folks would constantly be mowing everyday properties for the city of Lamar. We might be able to do some things with our friends over at the EDC. They've been helping us out a lot on some positions and things of that nature, Mr. Osteen. you know, we might help them out if we get this crew with some of their landscaping issues over on EDC properties, and that might make the relationship
Yeah, and I think they're cutting the big
more
parts.
productive.
They're cutting the big parts with zero turns. I don't think they're not running tractors. We have the ability to run tractors, especially cutting Highland Bayou in Maine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't cut it with a zero turn.
Yeah.
We put our tractors out there and.
Yeah, Mr. Garcia, you wanted to add something?
Yes, just to reflect a little bit on this, we talk about the stories. Back in 2022, when we first started our actual first budget year together, the ask was for us to have an actual stormwater team. We said that it was going to be hard for us to do that without an actual budget or without an actual utility. We were asked to create an enterprise fund that would encapsulate all that. Well, without an actual fund coming in or revenue, we were never able to put a stormwater actual team together in that facet. Then came the rollback. We eliminated some positions that we were proposing at the time. And then after that, we were told we still got to make sure we have a stormwater team because we still need to start working on that, because historically in the past for years, our public works department was a team of close to, Amanda, help me out, 80, 90 people that we know today is more into the 40s, low 40s. I believe today we're sitting at 42 slots. Having said that, we then said that we would propose to bring that up at a later date, that we were going to make sure we would look at during the water rate discussion. We brought it up at that time. It was too much for us to put on our residents at that time. We've maintained to absorb the stormwater activities since its inception of the stormwater team throughout our actual funds. The conversation, Mayor Pro Tem, or the question you just asked about having an actual stormwater fee and encapsulating that all within an enterprise fund is one of the exercises that we have tasked on to staff. Actually, Ms. Phoenicia was working on that project through the same folks that helped us come up with the rates and the recommendations for the water rates that were successfully passed for water and sewer. That is our partners with Waterworth. That's what we're doing now. So very preliminary, we can come to you and say, council, mayor, council, this is what we've seen. This is how it is right now today. If you were to have an actual separate stormwater fee, which I believe would have been Department 27, we even had a department and a budget, everything laid out, you'd be running that operation at a negative. So that's just kind of connecting the dots a little bit.
Mr. Garcia, thank you for that update. All new information for me. But living right now in the present, how do we resolve? It seems to me, what's the need for the overtime? 30,000? Are we short 30,000?
I believe we're picking up a couple more events throughout the year. If we've got 3 people, I would suggest at least 15,000.
At least 15,000.
At least. Yes,
So maybe in overtime.
yes, sir.
So let's just be safe, a compromise, maybe 20,000, so that as a guesstimate on 20,000. And if that doesn't meet our needs and we're kind of going along deciding whether we're going to really dive in on the mowing efforts, then that will require some future budget amendments. But let's not forget, as the mayor was saying, that park fee, the surcharge.
Yes.
It's there. I don't think we've properly utilized that
Right.
with the intent there. And so and once again, Ms. Turner, let's carry that independently. I need to visualize it, right? And just say, look, here's what we've done and here's how much.
And one comment on the ordinance, I don't have it in front of me, but I know the ordinance was passed, I believe it was 19 or 20 by city council. That's when that park fee got created. It was created specifically to be used for certain functions. Generally, the way I read it is for capital projects and to assist with grants.
No, it's
And
maintenance.
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 Yeah.
Specifically, we read it.
We read it last week.
Yeah,
Okay.
maintenance. And so again, if I don't know if you were in the back listening, but previous to many folks' arrival here, that council suggested 50% every budget year, 50% be held back out of this fund to meet potential grant matches, and 50% of whatever was generated out of that fund would go into that fiscal year to help with parks maintenance issues. So that would give us the opportunity to maybe acquire some zero turns, things of that nature. JB, I saw you inch closer to the front. Did you have something you wanted?
It was somewhat to Mayor Pro Tem's point. He was asking about ballpark of overtime and whatnot, and obviously in relation to the changes that are being discussed just for Bayou Fest, for the last 3 years typically. The overtime budget that you look at for that event, and I'm counting the capital improvements that need to be done to the parks to prepare for this event. So it's not just the day of, it's not just the week before, but it's the rock lay, it's the ground prep, it's all of those things that are part of annual maintenance to that park, specifically Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park. But those budget dollars that I'm assuming would come from this parks fund is anywhere from 12 to 14,000 on an average basis for the last 3 years. So if you're looking at additional events at the park for said department or division, whatever you want to call it, just want to give you a litmus test for what it costs us to run the bigger events. Obviously, if parks themselves, if we do a parade, if we do anything like that, you have to take in, if we did our Christmas celebration or anything like that. Again, the desire of this council, I believe, is to structure those monies to come out of whatever fund that may be, the Christmas fund, the Bayou Fest fund, or whatever, to cover the staff hours. So at the end of the year, you're not looking at a $300,000 deficit from PD or fire or public works. Again, just as a litmus test, any of those events, if it were to come from this department, you would just add to it. But that is what you've looked at specifically for Bayou Fest on average for the last 3 years.
Thank you, JB. Council, we have about 45 minutes left before we take a break before a council meeting. And we have at least the rest of streets and utilities. And so do we have any more questions for Amanda? There is definitely work to do in this line item before we pass anything. That's clear. There's some reorganization. I hear you, Mr. Ross. One of the things we need to do, like yesterday, and I'm saying this to administration, is to get Amanda's position out of utility 22, right? That's something that we can do. You shouldn't be getting paid out of a utility fund when you are now working with parks and streets.
So what exactly would my position be?
You know what? That's a good question. Here's the deal. Council establishes those positions, right? Council establishes departments and council establishes positions based on recommendations, right? And so we have not had an official recommendation on any of this. It's our understanding that you somehow are supervising streets and parks. And that's all we know at this point. But now it is at this dais and we don't need a recommendation. Council can now work with what we have. And so I don't know what that will look like, Amanda, but we'll get it straightened out before this fiscal year ends and the new year begins. What these positions are, we can't say who goes into what position because that's a charter violation, but the council can set positions and we can set budgets, right? And then it'll be left up to the administration to fill in those pieces, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Give us a minute to do that. We are in the thick of it. We'll get back on that area. Mr. Ross, you had some more for parks?
This goes with parks and streets because you do both. So how many people do you need? And how many lawnmowers do you need to be able to cut parks and streets in the city?
So it's separate. So I would
Understand
request
that.
two more people for parks. If we would continue with the mowing, I would request 2 more people for parks. 2 mowing units, a trailer. Probably, yeah, I think we would have to request a truck as well. And for street department, it's the same thing. There's no overtime budget. I see utilities had an overtime budget, but street department was not given overtime budget either.
How many people do you have in streets that?
Currently 9.
For just mowing lawns? Dedicated?
We kind of do dedicated, I
Okay.
would say 7.
7? And by the way, your street crew caught me the other day looking at some stuff and called me out as they were they're putting down some asphalt to make sure I saw them. So good job on them notes. Knowing what car I drive. So.
I'd tell them to be aware of their surroundings.
Are you done, Mr. Ross?
Yes, sir.
All right, Amanda, where is the street budget?
Tab 18.
Tab 18, thank you. All right, what wonderful stories we have in streets. You may proceed, ma'am.
Okay, so, again, there was no additional request for staff this year for additional staff for street department.
What you need.
As much needed. But if we're going back and we're looking at the items that were the ARPA items that were requested, so this is what we need to have a heavy discussion on. Rick put in there in ARPA for an asphalt patch trailer, a skid steer loader.
Yep.
That's mosquito control. I think the other one was a asphalt zipper, which is a street miller. It mills the street up.
Asphalt what?
Asphalt zipper.
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 Zipper, a roller, and basically a pothole repair
Yes.
trailer.
Yes. And so with this, we need to discuss how we want to approach taking care of our streets.
Hold on, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Garcia I would like, can he speak next? It would better if we hear from him what he has to say first, and then I can elaborate.
Yeah, you know, the council earmarked out of our ARPA funds. We earmarked these three pieces of equipment last year. The capital improvement committee that was celebrated and even we received recognition because of it. I think the third or fourth item on that list was streets. And so I'm curious to know why we don't have those pieces of equipment so that we can then, in this budget, assemble a team to operate those pieces. And so you're saying you're not the person to answer that question?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia.
Mayor, before.
Go ahead, Jim.
If I'm not mistaken, we didn't do the ARPA allocations until earlier this year, but I'm just thinking that.
Yeah.
We discussed it, but the allocations itself was earlier this year.
I believe we've been discussing ARPA for a while.
Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
have, that we have.
Yeah. And so we'll just leave that comment right there. Since COVID. Did you want to respond?
Yes, Mayor, I wanted to actually add on to some of the equipment that Ms. Amanda was mentioning that is also tied to streets, excuse me. And I'm trying to find the notes here, but there was a concrete saw. There was an asphalt roller. There were several items that are necessary. And I think one would argue we're maybe a year away from a very pivotal decision of how we're going to manage streets moving forward. Or to your point, Mayor, we can make a very big adjustment now, which I think is necessary for us to do as to how we're going to shape what we're going to do. We know that two of the biggest costs, and I'll lend to both Rick and Amanda on this as far as streets are concerned, are going to be engineering, as far as whenever streets are going to be done or constructed to whatever matter, if we're going to make them concrete versus asphalt, are we going to do curb and gutter and not, and so on and so forth. And then the other expense would be if we're going to contract anything out. So depending on what we choose to do and whatever route we do, one of the recommendations that we have been looking at internally is, right now we have on the ARPA list to allocate 1.57, I want to say, to fix 2 streets, which is a rather large expense. And we would need to come up with a plan to see how we're going to move this forward so we can have our own street team. We know that we have roughly, according to engineering, about 80 miles of street, and we know that a lot of them are in really tough shape. But we would need to make some type of plan of how it is that we're going to cover some of these. What are we going to do moving forward? I know in the past, Miss Amanda was here when we had our own street team, And if she could lend to that operation and to what happened to it. As we know, we stopped doing streets in general. We stopped maintaining streets probably during her actual tenure, maybe towards the beginning of her tenure. And then we need direction and opportunity to find out what direction you want us to look in depth into. Is it going to be buying our own equipment, hiring, an additional 8-10 staff to start doing streets in-house? Are we going to go with just the route where we're going to wait for this assessment to be completed, and once the assessment is completed, then separate if we're going to do it half and half in-house, half not? One of the options that we talked about doing was with the zipper, we could do some of the work. The work itself is tearing up the actual street itself, right? Which would save us some of those dollars when it came to contract these things out. We know the average cost of a street, depending on the length, could be up to $1 million. We are in a very, very tough situation to make very, very big decisions, and we would like some direction in that matter.
You may, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Assessor. I guess I'm very simple in saying this. I'm hearing all this great thought, but I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. We authorized the purchase of items that were listed here. That's my expectation. I don't know about the other council, but that's my expectation. I'm not interested in all this other stuff, truthfully. I'm not. I'm interested in spending, you following through and staff following through on acquiring the things that we authorized, okay? As to the other streets and things, I had previously been, you've said it here from us, that the priority was Jefferson Street, as I recall.
Jefferson and Brown.
And Brown. I know there was Jefferson I remember those two. And that's the direction that was provided. So I'm not interested in hearing anything else but follow through, allocate the money. That's what was authorized. Not to overthink this with all the other stuff. And just do that, Cesar. That's all. That's all.
We already, listen, I'll say this and look at Amanda. Since we've been on each other a long time. Council's already directed this administration to acquire this equipment. This administration knows that one of the top 4 things on this capital improvement plan from the committee, Councilmember Lowry, I believe you were on that committee. You served on that committee.
Which one?
The committee where you all got together and y'all came up with like 5 or 6 things, the priorities. Well, streets was on that list. And council directed the administration to acquire these pieces of equipment. I believe we added over $1 million into our street maintenance portion of our budget because council wanted to meet the moment when it came to streets. Half the people that come before us in council meetings to express concern, express it about streets. And so there is no discussion that has not already happened. The council directed the administration. And the best policy that the administration can take is to simply execute or do what the council has directed you to do. Ms. Amanda.
So let me elaborate on this real quick. I have no problem spending the ARPA funds. I have no problem spending money here. I have already talked to Miss Linda Miller with GrantWorks to discuss obligating these funds before December 31st. But the problem is when we're looking at equipment such as the asphalt zipper, which goes out and mills the road for you. What's the plan after that? That's the question. So we're going to have money budgeted to have somebody come in and do our asphalt overlay for us. We can do the milling in-house to save some money, but if we don't budget for the asphalt overlay to take place, then we spent this money on equipment that's just sitting at the yard. That's not going to be utilized, but once or twice a year.
Once again, you're speaking to a layperson. I'm not, I have never taken a course in street laying, whatever you call it, paving. What are you saying about?
Okay,
We have
so-
equipment. What's this other stuff now?
Okay, so the asphalt zipper, it goes out and it mills up the road.
Okay.
Okay,
I-
and so that's the first thing a contractor does when they get ready to go out there. They go out there and they mill up the road.
Right.
Okay, and after that, you have to have asphalt overlay. You have to have the equipment for the asphalt overlay. You have to have this is your hardened surface that goes back over the,
Smooth it out.
the milled area, right? So it's taken, how would you say, it's like taking dirt and turning it into a hardened asphalt area.
Isn't that what this?
The roller is?
This is what
trailer
the
and
zipper
roller?
is.
The-
This is what the zipper is.
The zipper tears up the street,
The
right?
zipper tears up the
And
street.
then the trailer thing is the one that comes back and lays out the asphalt.
They're not purchasing that.
The roller.
They're talking
Okay,
about the roller. for
Okay,
patch.
so the patch truck that you're talking about
Yeah.
is not big enough to do street. From our understanding, it's not big enough to do full street repairs, full street overlays.
And let me clarify a couple things. I'm just trying to make sure we're working as a team here. The asphalt zipper does full depth restoration of a street. It does not do milling. So there's a difference between milling, which is what Lucas did recently on the streets in the city last year.
That's by you.
Yes, sir. They
Okay.
take 2 inches off.
All right.
This is what a milling machine does. Okay, and you put 2 inches of asphalt back on. That doesn't do a whole lot for your street. That is a street maintenance program. That's not a street restoration program. The asphalt zipper tears the street up 10 inches deep. So it goes underneath the existing base, it goes into the base, it rips up all the asphalt. Normally there's 6 to 8 inches of asphalt on a street. It rips all that up, remixes it back down. You can roll over that. We did a test street down on Volney and we repaved that last year, year and a half ago, wasn't it, man? Something like that. So they brought it out so we could see it. And some cities are using it very effectively, but what Amanda's stating, which is true, is the asphalt zipper just tears up the street. When you're done with the asphalt zipper, you load it up, you carry it away and you're done. You've got to bring a paver back in, either through a contractor or through a lot of equipment that the city's got to buy, because you got to have oiling equipment, a paver, a big paver. You got to have dump trucks in order to run hot mix. It's a big operation.
So
Okay, so normally that type of work is contracted.
So Rick,
Yes,
the
sir.
paver that you're referring to is the one that I see over there that the TxDOT is using as they're laying their different roads, they're temporary roads. They're bringing in that big machine. They've got the dump trucks lined up.
Mhm.
They're dumping
For asphalt.
hot
mix,
asphalt
yes,
in
sir.
there,
Mhm.
and they're going.
Right.
So here's just once again, I'm the layperson. I have no, you could hold a gun to my head. I wouldn't know how to lay a street, everything. But all I'm saying is that we've authorized this equipment. Go buy the equipment. Don't, as counsel and me, that's your expertise right now. Having
Right,
said that,
right.
there's a plan for Jefferson and Brown. Implement the plan, and if in that process, you come back and saying, okay, in order to complete this work, we're going to require a budget amendment or whatever, then bring that back to council. Now's not the time, in my opinion, to do all this stuff. Follow through with what's been authorized, and then help us get these little steps. That's just me. That's my thing.
So watch this, Rick. Here's my point, and this is why I have to. I'm laughing. My point is this. Council directed the administration, over a year ago. We've been talking about an asphalt zipper for over a year in some capacity. If all an asphalt zipper did was tear up streets, at what point was anybody other than today in a budget workshop, hey, you do know this asphalt zipper, all it does is tear up streets. At what point did that conversation happen outside of a budget workshop? At what point did the council become thoroughly educated on these pieces of equipment and how they go together, right? So that we can have a better understanding of it, so that we can say proceed, or let's get a different configuration or combination of equipment. That never happened. And so for over a year, this council has been telling our constituents, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And all of a sudden, we have a puzzle and some of our pieces aren't supposed to be on the puzzle board, or they don't match, right? You see how frustrating that would be. That's a problem. That's a huge problem for us, to have to deal with this in a budget year. And so I'm with Mayor Pro Tem on this. If we are ordering a zipper, what does the roller do? Does the roller do what you're saying needs to be done,
The
Amanda?
roller compacts, but I mean, if we're gonna do this, we actually need two rollers.
You need
So-
two rollers.
Yes, sir. You gotta have a steel roller and you gotta have a rubber roller.
A steel roller, meaning the roller's steel,
drum. Yes, sir.
and a rubber roller, meaning the roller's rubber.
Yes, sir.
So we'll inject here because it's a discussion.
Help.
Yeah.
There's the guy that knows this type of stuff.
The main thing that I think we are trying to do with the patch truck, and we've looked at trailers, because one of the issues with the full patch truck is, once again, you gotta get hot mix here. So you gotta go fetch the hot mix from the plant. You gotta keep it hot enough where you can use it. The problem with small operations like our operations is the hot mix, if you don't pick up full trailer loads or full dump truck loads, that hot mix will not last. When you get it out to the street, it's gonna go cold on you. It's not gonna work very well. So some of the hot trailers that we've looked at, that we've got prices on, does the same thing. It has the ability to recook a cold mix type asphalt and basically where it's more pliable. I was under the impression, I think Amanda was too, that what the council's direction was for us is be able to start doing some cut and patch work, which we don't do right now. We basically go out and we dump asphalt in a hole, a pothole. That's all we do. The next step for the city to do is actually go out to alligated areas, say a 10 by 10 area or a 5 by 10 area. You're not talking about a full street here. And you cut out a bad section of street that is alligated pretty bad. Now, I will tell you, we have a lot of streets in the city that is a waste of time to do that, because there is no good asphalt. In order to do a cut and patch job, you gotta have some good asphalt around you. Otherwise, it's just more alligator area. It's all gonna chunk out. Where do you stop? You don't. So you have to take a look at jobs that you can do effectively with the type of equipment that we don't have right now. We don't have a roller. So what Amanda's saying is, when you go out and you do a cut and patch and you do a patch area, say a 10 by 10 or a 10 by 12 patch, you tear out the old bad asphalt. If the base is bad, you put maybe some new base material back in there. You don't dig it out all the way. You're just taking out the old asphalt and you're putting new asphalt back in. And you're rolling it in, you're compacting it in. You can do it with a hand compactor, but it's easier to do it with a roller. I worked for a city, we had a hand operated roller. It was not a sit on type of roller. It was named from a company called Bomag. It worked excellent. It was a roller. It was a vibrating tamper roller. And it did excellent for street patches. So there's options there that we can take a look at, but I don't think with what this council is trying to do and what directions that we've been given, is that we're talking about going out and doing full street repairs. Because we don't have the equipment, nor the manpower, nor the expertise to do it, including my expertise. I've been doing public works for 30 years. I don't do street street restoration. We've always hired a contractor. I have no idea how to run it out this shit.
So it seems like everybody's mind's already made up on asphalt. Okay, look at Cedar. Okay, and I remember we had a question a while back on maintenance of a sidewalk that we were trying to get a grant for, something, how much we're gonna spend on maintenance in a year, 2 years, or 5 years. And the answer is zero. If it's done properly, you're not gonna do, unless you want to pressure wash it and make it look pretty, but the answer is zero. Look at Cedar. What maintenance have we done in 10 years on Cedar, or whenever it was done, a few years before I got here? The answer is none. So do you want to go back and do this in 10 years and 20 years? Asphalt's not the answer. If you want to ask me my opinion on it, and it's concrete, or we're going to be back in the same boat over again. The zipper will tear up enough asphalt to where we could buy the equipment to do it ourselves in-house. We can hire somebody, finishers, to do it in-house. You're a fraction of the cost. You could buy mixer trucks. How much is a heated trailer for the asphalt?
The trailers are running 50 to 60,000.
So we can get a used mixer truck for $50,000 and we can run our own concrete back and forth. I mean, there's so many different options on the table other than asphalt. Asphalt is going to bring you back here in a few years for the same issue. Potholes, potholes, potholes. Look at Cedar. Just use Cedar for an example. That's before my time even living here. No maintenance. So I think we need to look at other options, get away from the asphalt. Dickinson, look at all the streets they've all done just recently in the last few years. Dickinson, League City, they're concrete. There's no maintenance to it. So,
And you're saying, yes, because one of the biggest things with concrete, Councilman, you know this, when other folks do it, it's a more costly endeavor when you get folks to come in and do concrete streets for you. You're saying that we can buy the equipment and there's certain parts of the operation that we can do in-house to bring costs down?
correct. A fraction of the cost.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, I guess. What is this? I'm gonna take that ballot, start hitting my head with it that way. Look, I'm and budget perhaps is not the time to bring it up, but it needs to be brought up apparently. I would like, and if you need work, please reach out. We always volunteer over here. God knows Councilman Ross is up here, always willing and all of us to lend our or whatever expertise we have. But perhaps working with Council Member Lowry over here. Within, when's we have a special meeting?
Thursday.
This Thursday.
This
Huh?
Thursday.
Oh, this Thursday. That's we need to determine if we need to reallocate ARPA dollars. That's apparent to me. That's apparent. And we have a deadline on that. And we were looking to have to get away from these little potholes that were filled with throwing
Oh,
some,
yes, sir.
Right.
throwing some shovels of asphalt, I guess, on it. And then they're like a bad blister on a street and they stay that way. That was the goal we were trying to get away from. Right. And therefore they said, oh, we saw this. We happened to see this machine at a TML conference as well, too. And let me say that the way they marketed was you could basically repair a whole street as well. And but I agree, concrete is but within a very short time, you guys need to, and I'm using that in a non-gender manner, you guys, but that we need to have input as to how do we accomplish our objective. Well, I'm gonna set this aside. Jefferson and Brown, we've allocated it. Go ahead and bid that stuff out.
Yeah.
Get that done. Get that done. We need to show that we're taking action on these concerns that the residents have brought to us. And then secondly, is if we need to reallocate funds, the ARPA dollars to come up with equipment that's going to be helpful to the city, then please, Councilman Lowry, work with them to come up with the program so that we can go forth on this.
Let me say this, let me say this. I think it's important moving forward that we entertain Councilman Lowry, what he can bring to the table for a future type of a concrete street, right, as we move forward. But we also would still need, and I'll say this and then I'll step out. Tink Jackson was the one that brought this idea of pothole repair, this machine to us, and I thought it was a great idea. That's where we started. We were just trying to repair potholes to the point that our residents would be satisfied with the repair. Nothing more, nothing less. So we still need to address the problems, right? But long-term, perhaps, there might be a deal to be had, if you will, to maybe shift and train our staff at those pieces that Mr. Lowry is referring to, so that in the long run, we can slowly move from asphalt streets to more of a concrete street. So we probably have to do a combination of both. I thought Mr. Lowry wanted to jump in. Mayor Pro Tem had something, Ms. Yancey. Mr. Ross, did you have anything? Ms. Yancey, go ahead.
So I ditto with what the mayor said,
And then Rick.
trying to prioritize, what do you do with the asphalt? Because Jefferson, there's no asphalt. It's gonna have to have probably concrete because of what's going on. There's so much new technology too in the area of concrete. You and I have talked about that as well. So just trying to find the best practice and trying to find out, because I know what you presented us with Jefferson and Brown was like, I think it was almost $1 million just for one street. If we did it, I think with concrete, I think we had talked about it. So I think it was a cost measure, but I think at the same time, what the mayor is saying, we have to prioritize between the streets, what we can afford, what we may have to work on, because
Absolutely.
to their point, I've been telling people I went to a cookout and got like bamboozled about Brown and Jefferson. And nothing's been done. Not a pothole has been filled, not even, it's to the point now we probably need a town hall meeting just for those residents so that we can give them a real time factor of this is what we decided in our budget. This is what we're gonna try to do just to bring some relief because their cars are messing up.
Yep.
Councilman Lowry and I've talked about my street that looks like a lunar moon. I don't think there's enough asphalt there because it looks like little bumps and, because they've been trying to do it and fill it. But I think to Mayor's point, we just need to, but first buy what we ask. Let's do something. And right now, we're not doing anything. We have a mosquito truck that's not being used because no one can pass the test. Contract someone out from another city to come in to do it at night if we have to.
Yeah.
Because we have the tools, right? We're getting the tools to be successful, but we're not implementing them. And I'm like you, I wouldn't want a machine to be sitting somewhere not being utilized.
That's the worst thing you can do is leave it sitting.
But that's why it's important that you meet with your staff because that's your wheelhouse. You do it every day.
Yeah.
You know what's best. You let your city manager know, and then he comes to us, and in real time we can make better decisions. Because like Joe said, that's not our wheelhouse. We have to listen to you, and then we go back and research it. But other than that, you're out there in the streets, and you ought to be the main one saying that's not going to work. And we need to be able to hear that.
We should have heard that last year. Council, if you're asking, if you're being encouraged to asking, however it came to our attention to buy this zipper, know that there are other pieces of equipment and items that you need to buy along with this zipper. And at that time, council would have said, well, this is what we're trying to do, right? Did you want to add something, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Blount?
No, thank you.
So we definitely have an opportunity in this. It's exciting. We can do some things differently in this area. And so I believe council has given us basically some direction in our comments. And so when we come back to deal with the street department, perhaps you all have gotten enough of the picture to be able to align our resources with what council's will is. Again, we do want to explore concrete streets in the future, whether we do them 2, 3, 5 a year. But at the same time, we do need this pothole repair machine and maybe some other pieces of equipment that will help us maintain what we have now. Council, it is 5:20. We can attempt to do about 20 minutes with Rick and utilities and break it off for a short lunch break if you all would like. Or we can break it off now for a 40-minute lunch break since we have a meeting tonight.
40 minutes.
Anyone else have any preference?
We see you tomorrow.
We should take a break. So we're going to adjourn this budget workshop at 5:20 so that council can take a 40-minute break / dinner. We have a scheduled meeting tonight. We have been here since 10 o'clock. And so we need to regroup. We will start tomorrow morning with Rick and the utility department. We stand adjourned for our budget workshop until tomorrow morning. Thank you.